Council, I'd like to call this council to order. It's now 9 o'clock on Monday morning, March 9th. Before I go any further, I'd like to read a land acknowledgement. We want to acknowledge that we are on the lands traditionally occupied by Indigenous peoples. They continue to care for this land. They continue to shape the Township of Georgian Bay today, and we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today in guiding our decisions and actions. Miigwech. It's probably one of the shortest land acknowledgements that is available. It's basically what the province does and a number of other communities. I think what's important for us to realize, especially as we go into a planning council, is that we're acknowledging the Indigenous peoples caring of for this land for thousands of years, and we are trying at this table today to continue that tradition by taking care of the land, and I think we have to keep that in our mind, that what we're trying to do is for thousands of years to come. And with that, I'm going to ask if there are any declarations of pecuniary interest amongst my fellow councillors. I see no hands raised, so if anybody changes their mind during the meeting, please bring that to our attention. And before we adopt the agenda, I also want to note that Miss Sotheby, Dana Sotheby, this is her last round doing this because she's leaving us. And so I want to say thank you very much for 4 years service to the township, and only wish you the best of success going forward, and we thank you for all your services here. Though we might not be quite as kind as the meeting goes on, we'll see how the questions go. But thank you very much. Okay. Be it resolved that Council adopts the agenda of March 9th, 2020 Planning Council meeting as circulated. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Pass that one over. So our first bits of business are a couple of Shore Road closed allowances. So, this morning there are 2 public meetings scheduled for Shore Road closing applications. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed Shore Road closings being considered. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaw and provide for any other information that is relevant to the applications, and staff will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to speak and provide comments to the bylaw being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address and sign in on the sheet provided. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Municipal Act section of 2001, Section 25, as amended to deal with the following proposed Shore Road closing bylaws. 2019-02, Dandy, and 2019-10, Kornylo. To the clerk.
Notice of this public meeting was published in a newspaper. Notice was sent to the abutting neighbors in the close proximity of the property at least 20 days prior to today's meeting.
And I think with that, in today's session, I go back to the clerk to make the presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So today's first application is SRC 19-02 for Dandy. This Shore Road allowance application has been requested to potentially build a new dock and a new cottage. The Shore Road allowance is for Part 1, of which totals 940.6 square meters at $8 per square meter for the purchase price of $7,524.80 plus HST. This application was received on April 25th, 2019 to stop up and close and convey part of the original road allowance in front of Lot 36, Concession 14, being Part 1 of 35R 26149. The property is currently zoned Shoreline Residential Type 1, and there is no open building permits for this property currently. So the first image will outline that this is the location of the subject property, and this is an overview. This is a full survey that notes the buildings, the current buildings on the property. And then that is the shoreline actual survey. And then we went too far. I believe in this circumstance, the properties on either side of the shore road allowance has already been purchased, and there's no public correspondence received.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public, or if the applicant's present, who wish to speak to this matter? Okay, seeing no hands raised, nobody standing up. Are there any councillors who wish to speak to this matter? Councillor Jarvis.
Just put a clarification, we do the overhead, which is the slide immediately before this. No, before that one. So I presume that the property line on the lower portion of that property extends out to the shore, and that's not showing on this. So the portion of this that is the shore road allowance is only the portion in front of that block of property, or is it the full extent that goes down to that next property?
Just where the block of property, so where the line.
Okay, so the line just hasn't been extended, is that right? Okay, fine. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Where's this located? I know it's on Georgian Bay, but where?
It's 13654 Georgian Bay Shore. Is that helpful? No.
It's on the east shore of Charlie Channel, just north of the rock cut. Just past the slow zone, north of the rock cut from Charlie's Channel, on the east side of Deer Island.
The east side.
On the east side of Deer Island, so it's a
Okay.
channel you go up when you go up to your
Yeah.
place. So it's on the right-hand side. So just past the rock cut.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Ms. Lemieux, would you be so kind as in the future to share with some of your colleagues the ability to provide us with an overview that shows where in the township? Because I found what you've been doing lately has been extremely useful, and I think it would be quite helpful with these as well. Thank you. Are there any other sorry, Councilor Yanko.
I'm still confused as to the area, like, you say the area in front of the block is the area we're talking about, but the yellow line goes further. So are they, is that still their property and they're only buying half the shoreline? Like it goes,
In the past, if there's a shore road allowance that has not been purchased, it can stretch over 3, 4, 10 properties. They only draw the line
No, no.
once it's been purchased.
But what I'm saying is that it looks like we're just purchasing this piece here.
Correct.
Doesn't he own this?
No,
So.
it doesn't have the right to purchase.
So this line could go straight down to it.
Correct.
That's right.
But that's just the current mapping. That's just the current mapping overview with the yellow lines. Correct.
Okay. I'm quite clear.
Councilor Cooper.
So, as you said, just a point of clarification, they couldn't be buying that anyway because it's not in front of their own property.
That's correct, yes.
But they do own, just for clarification, they do own the property north of it, is that correct? Or not? Or is it just this one property?
It's just the one property
Okay,
here. Just that one block.
one black block.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we don't allow people to buy a shore road allowance in front of somebody else's property, thankfully.
We have on occasion.
The exceptions that prove the rule. Is there any other discussion? I will read the motion. Be it resolved, the council passed the closing bylaw to stop up and close the shore road allowance in front of 13654 Georgian Bay Shore in the Township of Georgian Bay for a purchase price of $7,524.80. And the council hereby adopts bylaw 2020-031 to stop up and close the shore road allowance in front of 13654 Georgian Bay Shore in the Township of Georgian Bay. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Okay. Our next file is regards to Kornylo. Over to the clerk.
So once again, the shore road allowance was requested to potentially build a new dock. The shore road allowance is for part 2 of 943 square meters at a rate of $8 per square meter for a purchase price of $7,544 plus HST. The application was received in July 28, 2019 to stop up, close, and convey part of the original Shore Road allowance in front of Lot 30, Concession 13, being Part 2 of 35R 26099, also known as 109 Coetsier Lane. The property is zoned shoreline residential type 1, and there is no open building permits for this property. Once again, there have been no public comments received.
Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this file? Seeing none, I will ask, are there any members of our council who wish to speak to this file? Councillor Jarvis.
Again, point of clarification, I see this property listed in several spots as lots 52, 53, and 50, lot 30, and then the address as well. So I'm just confused. We're just dealing with one piece of land here, right? See here on this page is lots 52, 3, and 4, but in the documentation we see a reference to lot 30, and I don't understand how one ties in with the other. If you even look at the map, which is the sketch survey, it's got a different number as well, which is, I think, like hard to read, but I think it says 100. So I just want to be clear, how do we come up with the different lot numbers? I understand those three, but how do we come up with lot 30, which I believe is in the documentation?
Lot 30 is part of concession 13, which is like a huge lot that it was the original lot. If you look at the very top of that survey, you see lot 30, concession 13. This, and I can tell you because I'm familiar with this neighborhood, that the lots 52, 53, 54, this area was originally set up as a subdivision back in the 30s with 50-foot lots. And so those are still on the original surveys, are those original 50-foot lots that were set up, but in all cases, most people own 2, 3, 4 of those lots for their current cottage.
So I think I understand then. So lot 30 encompasses a larger piece of land of which these three are part. Thank you.
I'm not sure, Council Hazelton, followed by Councilor Wanko.
So, let me just ask here, is the end state of this action going to join lots 52, 3, and 4 and the shoreline such that they cannot be severed in the future? Is that the end state of what this action is?
That would be one of the at this point, even though they show those 3 lots, they cannot be severed because they're all as one already. And given our current bylaw that says you must have 400 feet of frontage, you would never be able to subdivide those 3 lots as they currently exist.
So, respectfully not wanting to disagree with you, we've had other examples in the North Bay of Honey Harbor where we've had situations like this where we have lots of record that have been previously assumed to be joined, but they have chosen to find some way to separate them and then develop them individually. And so I've heard that there needs to be some sort of deeming bylaw to deem these individual lots to be no longer separate usable lots and that they be joined into a single lot so that they can no longer be severed in the future.
And and if you notice the very last page of this is deemed no longer to be part of a subdivision, that would have that effect. Sorry, Councilor Wanko.
I think you said in your presentation that they're going to build a dock.
That's the intent, is that they
So
would like to
we've had a
build the dock.
property here that doesn't have a dock. There's no dock on the survey.
Correct.
Was there ever a dock on this property? How would you have a cottage on a property without a dock?
There's road access.
Yeah, no, but the point is everybody has a dock, pretty well. So there's been never a dock here at all?
I can't speak to never, but I can speak to right now there isn't one because it's not on the current survey.
Is that your understanding, Peter? Is that,
Quite frankly, I'd always presumed there was a dock, but I don't recall going down there and counting the docks along the
yeah, well, there's
the
nothing
river.
on the survey. I'm just wondering.
If it's not on the survey, there's not a current dock.
But when was that survey done?
Well, they wouldn't be able to.
Councilor Jarvis?
To help Councilor Wianco, if you look at the satellite shot, there's no dock there either. And then just a further question is, so, just to add to this, So if when we get to the deeming bylaw, maybe I should wait till then, but are we gonna give this lot a new lot number? Or is it gonna be always known as lot 52, 53, 54, or part of lot 30, or whatever the address is? I am kinda curious about that.
So the legal descriptions don't really change when it's on title. I know it sounds confusing, but when you're used to playing with plans in this regard, so it'll always be a part of, but that doesn't mean it can be separated. It just means that's how it was first established and the lines were originally drawn.
Seeing no other questions, I will read the motion. Be it resolved, the council passed the closing and deeming bylaws in front of 109 Cootsier Lane in the Township of Georgian Bay for a purchase price of $7,544 plus HST. And the council hereby adopts bylaws 2020-032 and 2020-033 to stop up and close the shore road allowance in front of 109 Cootsier Lane and to deem the property no longer on a plan of subdivision in the Township of Georgian Bay. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Okay, now for the next section of our meeting. This morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for 3 proposed zoning bylaw amendments. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the acting clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated. Are you skip the acting clerk? Sorry, the real clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom the notice of public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any information that is relevant to the applications, and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address and sign in on the sheet provided. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. Z 20-01, MacMillan. Z 20-03, docks and PSWs. Z 20-04, condo roads.
Notice of the public meeting was sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the property subject to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to today's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may also have been provided. These circulations were provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay official plan. Members of the public do advise that at this point, that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision in these applications, that any subsequent appeal to the local planning appeals tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department. I would also like to note at this time that applications Z20-03, Z20-04 did not receive notification circulation in the newspaper, and therefore a subsequent public meeting will need to be held.
Thank you. With regards to our first one, zoning bylaw amendment application Z20-01 for 14 Island 270 6 Mile Lake. To Planner Sutterby.
So the application that you have in front of you is for 14 Island 270 6 Mile Lake. So it is an island property on the screen here on 6 Mile Lake. It is just off of Whites Falls Road and Huron Trail, and Steep Rock Road is to the east, just to put it into perspective for everyone. Just to give you an aerial view of the subject lands, so it is well vegetated. It is 2.9 acres in size with 123 meters of lot frontage. So the zoning bylaw amendment is requesting about 6 amendments. So it is requesting a dwelling with a minimum front yard setback of 16 meters, where 20 meters is required. A dwelling with a maximum width of 25 meters, where 23 meters is permitted. An in-water boathouse with a maximum width of 6.5 meters, where 5.9 meters is permitted. A boathouse with a maximum length of 11 meters, where 10 meters is permitted. A dock with a length of 12 meters, where 10 meters is permitted. And a dock with a maximum projection of 13 meters, where 10 meters is permitted. And it's to establish a site-specific exception to the 6 Mile Lake residential zoning. Just to give you a little bit of background, this lot may look familiar to those of you that were on council last term. So the subject lands was created by consent in 2005, and during this process, it was recommended by township staff that a 30-meter front yard setback be imposed on the property. So then in 2018, there was a zoning bylaw amendment for this subject lands to rezone it back to have a 20-meter front yard setback. The previous zoning had also permitted a 6-meter height, and the 2018 rezoning allowed for the 8-meter height. So to put it back into the standard 6 Mile Lake residential zoning. So 20-meter setback, 8 meters in height. Since then, the owner has developed the property with a small cottage that will eventually become the sleeping cabin. So they built it at the 56 square meters, using it as their current cottage. And when then they build their new cottage, they will remove the kitchen and do a change of use to turn it back into a sleeping cabin. So they built that in compliance. And there is also a detached garage on the subject lands. So I just zoomed in onto the survey, just where the development is. So this is the existing cottage, which will in future become a sleeping cabin. And it was built within those requirements. There is an existing detached garage. And this is the proposed cottage that they are looking at constructing. It's 193 square meters, so it is under the GFA restrictions. And they are proposing to turn it to have this corner at 16 meters as opposed to the 20 meters. So as you can see, there is that little jut in there on the shoreline. And the boathouse, I do have a zoomed in version so that it shows it a little bit better. So it will be in front of the cottage. And they are proposing the increase in projection and length. The increase in projection, as you can see, is because of that irregular shoreline. So it's causing it to be projected further. And the length slightly further. So the increase in length is to allow for a 22-foot pontoon boat, which measures 27 feet from the back of the boat to the outward. So again, there is that proposed cottage and that 16-meter setback. So there is a rock outcropping, which I do have some photos of. So they're proposing kind of to turn it in order to tuck it in. And then it will be set back, I believe, over 30 meters to the other portion. And the purpose of this is to minimize the visual impact to the neighboring properties. And I do have some photos, so there is a little bit of a natural clearing within this area. So with it being square on, it becomes quite visible to those properties that were across the street or across the bay on Big Rock Road, I believe it is, or Steep Rock. And this is that boathouse that they are proposing to build. And as you can see, there is that 13-meter projection for the dock because of that irregular shoreline, and the 11-meter length for the boathouse, and the 6.5-meter width. So they have shown the actual boat inside, or a square representation of the boat inside of that boathouse there. And the width complies with the zoning bylaw. This is a markup that the owner did just to show you the portion of the cottage that will be within that 20-meter setback. So it's just this red corner that would be encroaching into that 20 meters that they're looking for relief from, partially due to the irregular shoreline and in order to reduce the visual impact to the other properties. But as you can see, the other portion of the cottage is 28 meters, and after this red square, everything else is behind that 20-meter setback. Here are some site photos. So this is the subject lands. This is prior to any development. The north, so the proposed dwelling, which will be the future sleeping cabin. And I do have some photos showing the construction. And a view of the subject lands. On the subject lands looking out in the area of that sleeping cabin, which will, or current dwelling, future sleeping cabin. And the view from the current dwelling, future sleeping cabin looking to the east. Another view looking towards where the proposed dwelling will go. And a view of that future dwelling. So as you can see, there is a little bit of that rock face, so that's what they're proposing to tuck the dwelling back into. As you can see, there is that rock face there that ranges from about 2 to 7 meters in height. Another view of that increased elevation that they're just looking to tuck that dwelling back into. And another view of that rock face in the winter. This is that area of natural clearing, so if it was square on with this, it would be quite visible to the property owners across the bay. So what they're proposing is turning it in order to move that sight line away from these landowners. Another view. That opening. And this is the area of the dense vegetation where that 16-meter setback is. So as you can see, that will be buffered from the adjacent property owners. And this is a view from the shoreline. This is during construction. You can see slightly the existing development. And another view just standing closer where that existing development is, the detached garage, current cottage, future sleeping cabin. After they're almost finished, when they have their siding, so as you can see, the architectural style that they have chosen, it's quite buffered from the shoreline. And another view of that open area there. So this is the cottage that they are proposing, but is less than the 8 meters in height. It's 6.9 meters to that midpoint, so it is just a single story, just with cathedral ceiling. So the width is 23 meters, but since they are rotating it, that's what's causing it to become 25 meters. I'll go back to the survey, just based on the orientation to the shoreline. That's what's causing that 25 meters. If it was parallel with that shoreline, then it would comply. The applicant is proposing to rotate the proposed dwelling to tuck it back into the elevated rock face that ranges from 2 to 7 meters in height. This will be at the back of the proposed dwelling, so rotating the dwelling will reduce the visual impact to the adjacent property owners. And the corner of the dwelling that is requesting the reduced setback will be set behind the tree cover. And the applicant is proposing to construct a larger boathouse in order to fit his boat inside. The boat measures 8.2 meters in length, which would restrict the amount of usable space around the boathouse. So they're increasing the length and width of the boathouse, so they're able to walk around the boat inside the boathouse. And the increase in dock length is to match the increase in boathouse length, and to allow space to walk around the dock outside of the boathouse. And the increase in projection is due to that irregular shoreline. So the intent of the front yard setback provisions is to ensure structures are adequately set back from the shoreline, to ensure the character of the area is maintained, and to provide an area of vegetation between the dwelling and the shoreline. And the intent of the maximum dwelling width is to limit the visual impact and built form from the water, to ensure the aesthetic quality and natural heritage of the waterfront area is protected by creating a relationship between lot frontage of a property and the width of a dwelling that is permitted. And the intent of the maximum permitted boathouse width is to limit the amount of development, encourage that the majority of the shoreline be maintained in a natural state. And the intent of the maximum permitted length of a boathouse is to maintain a balance between development and the natural shoreline, and to ensure that navigation is not negatively impacted. And the intent of the maximum permitted length and projection of a dock is to ensure that navigation is not negatively impacted. So the corner of the dwelling that's going closer to the lake will be screened by the existing vegetation, and the remainder of the dwelling will be set back 20 meters up to approximately 30 meters. Rotating it sets it back from the water and reduces the visual impact. As you can see, with it not being parallel, it increases the visual impact to the adjacent property owners. The applicant is present if you have any questions for him, or if you have any questions for me.
Thank you. I understand from the note here that there's no correspondence has been received on this file?
That is correct.
Thank you. The applicant is present. Do you wish to speak to this matter?
I think Dana, covered all the salient points. I mean, essentially, it's trying to square it up with the.
If you're going to say more than a sentence or two, I'm going to ask you to come forward and to the microphone. And the request is that you sign in, identify who you are, and turn your mic on.
So my name is Brandon MacMillan, I'm the property owner here. I think Dana did an excellent job outlining the reasons why, but essentially it's to square the cottage up with the opposing shoreline as opposed to the one that, for the property itself, which will turn it away from the two cottages across so that we're not looking straight at each other. And in doing so, it brings the left corner there further back from the shore, but it would push the other corner a little bit closer, mainly because of the setback, or the irregular shoreline, and where the building is located specifically. But that, as Dana said, has very dense tree cover there. And I have spoken with one of the two property owners across. Unfortunately, I couldn't get a hold of the other gentleman. And they came and toured the site, and I explained everything that we're doing, and they agreed that it would be, I'll say, in their best interest to have that, turned away as well. And I have spoken with the neighbor beside me as well, although it's a fairly large lot, so the two lots on either side are vacant. And if they do get built on, they'll be fairly far away, so they weren't too concerned.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this file? Seeing none, I will turn it over to council. Councillor Cooper.
Yes, I have three different questions, starting with, could I get clarification on notification again, because I wasn't concentrating well enough to hear what you said about the notification on this particular file.
So on this particular file, public notice was sent by first-class mail to 120 to 180 or 800 meters of the subject property, and I believe in this case newspaper notification was provided, correct?
Newspaper is not required for this
Not required,
application.
okay, perfect. So in this case, proper regular notification for this particular public meeting was circulated. It's
And
the other two that were impacted.
And so, including, this would have been sent out on our e-blast as well, is that correct?
No, and that's a whole other situation. That's a different, so notification for these is only required to be circulated by first-class mail.
So we don't notify the cottage association or anything else normally with our e-blast on each one of these applications? I'm just trying to understand what our practice is and what's required.
Well, Dana can speak to what is required and what our practices are, but we don't have e-blast notifications for planning applications.
Correct. So we circulate notice of application to all landowners, so on 6 Mile Lake, anyone within 500 meters, as well as the Cottage Association, so 6 Mile Lake, and the Ratepayers Association, as well as the District of Muskoka, and any other applicable agencies.
Well, so you do send it out to the cottage association, is that what you just said?
By email, they get a copy.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, an
Yeah.
e-blast, yes, so it does go out to certain other interested parties in this particular case. So, okay, so the second question is just understanding the septic system. It's an existing system and it's set back 42.8 meters, is that what I'm reading here?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, just wanted a clarification on that. One other point of clarification is the boathouse/dock structure. It's talking about a width of 6.5 meters, but could you clarify for me, I'm seeing 5.90, 4.50, 3.10, 3.0, which equals 16.5 meters along the shoreline altogether.
Yep. So the width of the boathouse is this dotted line here. That's 6.5 meters. So this would be a finger off of the dock. So we would measure that 5.9 meters for that finger. So that would come into play for the total cumulative width of shoreline structures. But as for the width of the boathouse, it's just that hatched line of 6.5 meters.
So my question is about the cumulative width. What's allowable? Did we calculate that? Because we are ganging things together here. I'm just curious.
believe they can have 23 meters, and they're at about 20 something with the other dock that's on the property. With this dock, finger off of the U dock. With the boathouse, they are under their maximum cumulative width.
So maximum cumulative width is based on a fixed number, or is it a percentage of the frontage, or how does it work, please?
So it's based on your frontage, so you can have 15% or 23 meters, whichever is more restrictive. So
23,
23
thank you.
meters is the most restrictive for this property, given their frontage.
Thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. First one being for the property owner, if that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor?
Depending on the question, of course.
You're about to find out, I guess. The cottage or the summer home that you're looking to build, is that to be used as a family cottage, or is it being built on spec to be resold?
Family cottage.
Family cottage. Question for the planner. I see by the diagram, we don't really have the blueprints of the house, but there is a basement involved here, and it's not included in the GFA. So I'm taking that it is below 5'11". That's why it's not included in the GFA. And with not having any diagram of the build itself, I don't see if there's any walkouts, any access to the basement from the front of the foundation. Are you aware of any of the plans to build a walk-in to that basement from the front?
I can send that over to the owner, but I don't believe they're
Sure.
planning any walkout.
Yeah, it'll just be a crawl space, 4 feet roughly, give or take.
Okay. And lastly, with the reduced setback in the front yard setback, are we looking at mediating and requesting that no removal of vegetation happen within that front yard setback? That will be in the site plan agreement?
There's currently a site plan agreement registered on title, so they would need to amend it, but the existing site plan is to maintain the vegetation in the front yard, which is the applicant's intent as well, so that there's no impact to the neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mienko.
Thank you very much. I have no problem with the application for the building, but I do have with the boathouse. And it's not necessarily to do with this particular application, but it's just in general that if you buy a big boat, therefore you should deserve a bigger boathouse. That's kind of a want, not a need. And so I have some problems supporting this application when it comes to the boathouse. Just because he's got a bigger boat doesn't mean that we should give him a bigger boathouse. It can apply to anything on Georgian Bay. Does that mean it's a bad precedent that if you want something big, buy something big, and then you'll get permission to build something big? And so I can't support the boathouse dimensions as it's applied here. I think it should stick with the regulations as they are, but I'm okay with the house itself.
Just for a point of clarification, this is a public meeting where we're soliciting public comment. We're not, okay, but we're not voting.
No,
Okay.
but the point is, I think just because you have a big boat doesn't mean you need a bigger boathouse. It applies across the whole township, not necessarily to this one, but across the whole township. It comes down to, a need versus a want.
Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, I'd just like to reinforce that's, I think, a very valid point that's been raised and would apply elsewhere. And you set a precedent here, you end up in another wide boathouse that has 2 or 3 boats in it. So that would be a concern to me, and that's a comment. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, going back to Councillor Bocek's comments about the vegetation, I noticed in one of the photographs where you indicate where the cottage is going to be located, there seem to be a number of mature trees in that area, and I can't see how they would not be coming down to make room for the cottage. I may be wrong, so I need clarification on that. And would there be some remedial action that's required if they have to come down to either replace them or put something else in their place, should they have to come down for that building?
Your worship, to Councillor Jarvis. So they would be removing the trees within the building envelope. However, the shoreline will maintain in its natural state.
So what gets removed within the envelope is allowed to be removed and does not need to be replaced. Those are our guidelines, bylaws?
Yes, so you can clear for your building envelope.
Councillor Jarvis?
So then one further question. It's my understanding that before we add anything, and I know there's cottage going up here, and maybe that's part of a further issue that's coming back, is there a requirement that the MOE sign off on the septic system to accommodate the proposed cottage?
Your worship, so the septic system was permitted by the township because they're under 10,000 liters. So the township is the approval authority for that septic system, not the MOE.
And when would that have been approved?
2018. 2018, I
Thank
believe.
you.
Yeah.
Any other comments? Yes, sir.
Regarding the boathouse, I think the two, Dana, correct me if I'm wrong, but the cottage is drafted separately from the boathouse, or how? Yeah, it's separated. On the boathouse, there's actually kind of two sub-issues. One is the boathouse itself, and then there's the projection issue, given the natural shoreline. So I guess I just ask that the councillors consider relief on the projection aspect, because we are kind of getting penalized by the way that the shoreline cuts back in, and that would apply to the dock, or the dock structure basically in the boathouse as a result. So if you could just maybe keep that in mind when you're making decisions around the boathouse, is that the projection issue is specific to that location.
Thank you. Yeah, because what will happen now is, assuming that the resolution gets passed, then it'll come back to us in a month or two's time with additional comments from staff, and at that point, council will be deciding what they do or don't approve. Today's meeting was basically to see if you or the public had, and the council had any questions that they wanted the staff to include in their report, which will be coming back to us in due course. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Dana, just a quick question on the boathouse projection. What is the allowable projection?
On 6 Mile, it's 10 meters.
And this is, sorry, just...
13 meters at the longest.
And so if this was to be moved further back on the, cut in on the shore, would we still be dealing with the same problem? Correct? It doesn't really affect what the allowable length of the boathouse is, whether it's sitting on a knoll out or further back in.
The
Yeah.
boathouse structure, yes, the
Okay.
length won't change. It's just the projection depending on where the shoreline falls.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Bianco.
I'm just wondering if the boathouse could be moved into that projection there, that little hump in there. So I don't know if that's a possibility, but maybe by moving the boathouse down the shore and tucking it into that little bay might benefit too. Again, I don't know the structure of the shoreline there, but there's a possibility that could be moved.
Seeing no more hands, I will read what's in front of us. It says, be it resolved, the council directs staff to consider the public comments received for Z20-01 for 14 Island 276 Mile Lake, and prepare a recommendation report and bylaw that will be brought back to a subsequent planning council meeting for consideration. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, if I understand it correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, for the next two public meetings, because public notice, because our newspaper in Midland failed us, we'll be having another public meeting at some time subsequent to this one?
That's correct.
Okay, so all those who wish to make comments, please recognize that this is a preliminary, if I can call it that, public meeting, because I guess those who read the Midland paper would not have seen notice for this meeting because they failed to publish, just for everybody's knowledge. So next on our list, Development Service Report 2020-20, with regards to development standards for condominium roads. Who wishes to comment on it? To our planner.
Thank you, Worship, and members of the public. So this is, again, not a statutory public meeting because the notice was provided to the paper within the timing requirements, but I guess they've had a change in staff and it never actually got put in the paper. So what we've done is we have since provided, they will be advertising or have advertised already for the April meetings. There will be a statutory public meeting in April where we will repeat this process again. But we thought it was best to, since there was a notification sent out, to have the meetings, get the comments back, and proceed forward. So this public meeting is related to establishment of potential standards for condominium roads. We have some recent condominium roads that have been developed in the settlement area, particularly in the Oak Bay development, where there's been some concerns or potential concerns related to a few different issues. One related to the width of those roads and the adequacy for snow removal, for emergency service provision, but then also related to parking. We currently also don't have visitor parking requirements in the zoning bylaw for condominium roads. So where you have a situation of a small road width plus small driveway lengths, and then so no opportunity to park on the road and no dedicated visitor parking requirements. We've seen in some of the historic developments that there's often problems associated with parking. So what this report is intended to do, and this bylaw would be intended to do, is set some minimum standards for those. So in developing these, I'll just speak to the parking item first. What the bylaw proposes is a minimum of 0.25 spaces per unit for visitor parking, and just where that's originated from is for in the zoning bylaw for an apartment. We currently have that provision in the zoning bylaw already. So if you had an apartment style development, there's a parking space requirement per unit, but then there's also a parking space requirement for visitors parking of 0.25 spaces. So this would be consistent with what we apply to an apartment style development if there was ever moving forward. And then also we had a look at what some of the other near municipalities in the area did with respect to visitor parking spaces, and it's consistent. So that's where the 0.25 comes from. So basically, for every 4 units, 4 condo units, there'd be 1 visitor parking space required. That's the long and the short of it. With respect to the road widths, we did a study and did some research in terms of what other municipalities are doing, and there's no real consistency out there with respect to that. We had a look at what we thought. We've done some diagrams, which there's some diagrams in the staff report, and there's 2 scenarios that we provided. And what those scenarios identify are they just show what it would look like if we use an 8-meter road width and then had 2 fire trucks on the road, but then also an 8-meter road width, and what it would look like if there was 3 vehicles on the road. So effectively what they show is that you could have on-street parking on one side and still have room for 2 vehicle lanes with an 8-meter paved road width. Currently, the requirement that the municipality would have, there is no requirement. So what we're left with is what the fire code standards are, which are 6.5 meters for a fire route. So this would increase those by 1.5 meters. So this is visually what it would look like. So what this illustration identifies on the screen is you would effectively on the left side would be no sidewalk, so 7.5 meters. So the parking space requirement in the zoning bylaw is 6 meters in length. So we provided a bit more flexibility there. We know a lot of folks have large vehicles in this area. And then on the opposite side of the street, what we've identified is, again, it's 7.5 meters for the vehicle plus a 1.5 meter sidewalk. And then you've got your gutter after that. So that's what full curb after that. So that's what this profile identifies. We're not looking for confirmation on the whole profile, but we really wanted to show what it would look like in the context of an 8-meter road. So what the proposed bylaw does is that it identifies minimum traveled width of 8 meters, minimum setback for buildings and structures from the traveled road would be 7 meters. And the reason it shows at 7.5 meters is because we've identified the gutter there as well. And also a minimum setback where there's a sidewalk of 8.5 meters to the dwelling. So those are the requirements of the draft bylaw that we've identified. Again, this is a public meeting, so if there's any feedback that comes as a result of this, we'd be happy to take that back, consider it further, and then come back with a proposed bylaw to council at a subsequent meeting. So that provides an overview of the condo road.
Thank you. And any correspondence received?
One letter of no objection was received from the District of Muskoka. One letter of objection was received from Kathy Cooper. One letter of objection was received from Bill Sayers and Tom.
I think you're on the wrong
Oh,
file.
sorry.
I'm not sure they commented on the condos.
No, they didn't. I'm sorry. Oh, my pages are in a funny order. Sorry. One letter of no objection was received from the District of Muskoka.
Good, that's now consistent
That
with what I
makes-
read.
Yeah.
Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this matter? Yes, you did not write a letter of objection, I don't.
I did not write a letter of
Could-
objection, and I have no particular interest in this other than to comment on, site plans are my business to a certain extent.
Can I beckon you forward to follow the proper procedure? And that includes now signing in, identifying yourself, and turning your microphone on.
My name is Beth Halpenny. I am in the project management land development business, and I do work on some site plans. And I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. If the staff is recommending 0.25 visitor parking spaces based on an apartment, I would just caution that I believe these units are much bigger than an apartment building. And I've seen areas where they're upwards to 0.35 and maybe even higher, and it depending on the type of units we're talking about. And I don't know the square footage of these units, but that may be something that you might want to consider. Site plan I'm working on right now, the minimum for a one-way for a fire truck is 6. I know you're recommending 8, but typically when you're providing extra width in a roadway for parking in a lay-by lane, it's usually additional 2.5 meters you add. So I just comment that I know the recommendation is 8. If you want to have parking and have ample room for people to actually open the door and still get the fire truck by, you might want to consider just a little bit more research on that. So that's the only comment I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to comment on this proposed bylaw for condo roads? If not, I'll turn it over to council. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. Jamie, I'm pretty much well-versed at the current bylaws when it comes to road assumption by the Township of Georgian Bay, but my question is, would this bylaw allow a private condo road built to these specifications to be assumed by the township at a later date? Under the current bylaw.
Through your worship, no, it wouldn't. The township has different provisions for assumption of municipal roads, so no.
Okay, so this, if a developer built this condo road according to our specs and 2 years down the road wanted municipal snow plowing and municipal care for this road, the township would not assume it because it wasn't built to our township specs.
No, they could consider it, obviously, but it doesn't meet the township assumption requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Vanko, followed by Councillor Hazelton. In order, please.
Thank you. To Mrs. Halpenny's point, it's a good point, and I think it's something that we should be thinking about. I'm not so sure that we have enough width here, and has Chief Van Dam been consulted on this, Jamie? I have a couple of questions if you don't mind.
Your worship, yes, this was vetted through the fire chief.
Did he feel that that was adequate?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Also to the parking. I realize that may be a standard that's out there right now, but again, I'm a little bit concerned that if somebody out of those 4 houses, if 2 out of the 4 have parking, it just doesn't seem like it's enough to me, and I'm not sure we should be following that standard. Just a comment. And also to Councillor Bocek's point, would it not be prudent to maybe look at having these developers build to the township standards for roads to be assumed in the event that that may be a situation down the road? Just comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll address those as part of the staff report, but just as a sort of a brief comment on the requirement for a condo road being lesser than the municipal standard. The intent of that is because typically you would see these in urban areas, and where you're trying to achieve urban densities and a more efficient use of land. So that's really the basis for these smaller roads, smaller standards, but then the trade-off is the municipality does not assume them at the end of the day. So it's really to achieve those urban densities and urban requirements, but we can look at whether it should be 8, 8.5, or something different.
Councillor Yanko.
I like this idea of this visual representation. I like the idea that we have at least ability to put a sidewalk on one side, because you have the high density in these condominium complexes, and I think a sidewalk is important because you end up on the road if you don't have a sidewalk. So I think the idea of having, I don't know, 7.5 on one side and 9 on the other is a great idea, so you can have a sidewalk. The other idea is that, yes, about the visitors parking, you can have some visitors parking locations, but I think you also have to have the ability to have parking on the street. So if you're having a party, people can still park in the street, and if you're going to be overnight or whatever, you can still go into the visitors parking spot. So I like the idea that we do have some street parking on one side of the road. I don't think it needs to be on both sides, but at least one side of the road parking on the street for short term, and then for the longer term you have some spaces somewhere else. So I think you've got the right idea here, and so I'm supportive of that.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Your worship, just one point on that. I should have mentioned, that was, as Councillor Wianco brings up a good point, part of the justification for the 0.25 parking spaces visitor was that we were also providing for the opportunity for one-sided street parking as well. So in addition to the 0.25, there is the ability to park on one side of the street here. So there is more than just the 0.25 over the course of the site. So thanks for bringing that up.
If I can just add to one question to that before we go to Councillor Hazelton, would it be up to the township or to the condo to set parking regulations, like no overnight parking on the street or one side only or something like that?
It would be up to the township to do that. So the township could include that as part of the site plan agreements related to the condos and the condominium agreements. However, if the condominium wanted to go above and beyond what the township required and place further restrictions, they could do that on their own. So we could establish the minimum requirements if they so chose.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
I'd like to just talk about the parking thing again, if we could. And the stats that you offered up may be appropriate for an urban environment, but I think what we want to be recognizing here is that this isn't really an urban-like environment where you have a condo and people are coming to occasionally or rarely visit you. This is an environment where you have a condo in a resort environment and people are coming up on weekends, maybe not during the week, but you're going to be entertaining during the weekend, and therefore there's going to be a much increased need for guest parking on weekends than you would likely get in an urban environment. And so I don't think urban stats like whether 0.25 or 0.35 or 0.35 or even 0.5 are relevant. I think it needs to be much larger than that. Certainly, as Councillor Wianco suggested, parking in the street may be able to alleviate that, but I think we have some experience that we've already seen at Oak Bay, where they have, as I understand it, a disaster on weekends with no parking and challenges there. And I would suggest that we have an opportunity to essentially do some data capture on the experience that Oak Bay is currently achieving and see where the real need is, and suggest that we leverage those stats to set new guidelines for what the parking requirements and allocation should be, because right now we're not, we're kind of shooting in the dark, and yet we seem to have anecdotal stats that suggest that it needs to be quite different than what it is. And the other question I have is, I see you've come up with a number of 8 meters as a road width I see the District of Muskoka has a minimum local and seasonal at 8.5, and they have some condominium road width of 12. And I'm wondering, why did we go lower to 8 instead of minimum 8.5? I'm just thinking that, you know, if we're going to put parking on one side of the road and we're going to have snow plows clearing in the wintertime, and that's where there's going to be a lot of guest traffic, you're going to chew up that 8 meters in a heartbeat, and we're going to run out of room, and then we're going to be back to the same problems Oak Bay has today. So anyways, my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm going to sort of echo Councillor Hazelton's comments with regards to, specifically with regards to Oak Bay and eliciting input there. I presume we don't have any representatives from Oak Bay here, maybe because of the lack of the proper public notice, I don't know. But I know there was significant concern with new development in Oak Bay and the size and width of the roads specifically. So I'd like that to be taken into consideration. Particularly, that was the one issue I had, so I think we got to make sure we got Oak Bay involved in this. My other question, again, it just relates mainly to Oak Bay at the moment. If we change our standards now, how does that affect the development at Oak Bay at this time? Would anything new that goes up there be, would this have to be, these standards have to be used by any new building that goes on there?
Mr. Robinson.
In terms of, so previously approved development, it wouldn't affect, but if there's any new applications that come forward, they would have to meet the new standards that are in place. Now, just to be clear, these would be zoning bylaw standards, so someone could make an application to amend them. These aren't like municipal engineering standards or anything like that. It's typically, what they are zoning bylaws. But yeah, any new Planning Act application that of the new zoning bylaws.
So anything that's currently in place and we've approved is going to go ahead as per what they currently got in place and what we've approved.
Yeah.
So we can't change that.
And just to make it clear, the current requirement is 6.5 meters, so there's no ability to park on the road at all, and there's no visitors parking provided at all. What this identifies is the opportunity to park on the road and the opportunity for some visitor parking. So it can be debated whether it's enough or not, but we'll address it in the future staff report. There's obviously a balance here between making sure there's enough provided to meet demand requirements, but there's also an issue, I would say, of affordability too. The more land that you occupy with surface parking and road widths and other things, the cost of development increase, the cost of units increase. It can be sort of balance there, I would say.
Councillor Cooper, you've remained silent so far, so you get a chance before we see if anybody wants to make a second comment.
Well, not really, other than I'm not sure we want to use urban intensification motivations here. That's just a general comment. The other general comment I have about this and the next application is, I'd like to, I don't need this today, but it's a question maybe for our clerk or our planning staff with respect to notification and the use of paper that nobody reads. I'm sorry, but I'm sure they do in Midland and Penetang, but it's not getting out to our community. Are we forced by the province to notify people in the Midland paper, or is there some other way that we can work around that so we're notifying the people that actually live here?
I see our clerk has her trigger finger ready.
I'll speak to that. So there are notification requirements outlined in the Planning Act, which we follow, and do they seem archaic? I'll do an off-the-cuff comment and say yes, they do seem like that. What I can tell you is that there's some northern municipalities that don't have papers, so they've approached the ministry to have use other means for notification, and they've been allowed to do that. I believe it's in May for the planning committee meeting. We're coming to planning committee with some suggestions on possible revisions to the notification procedures and whether or not we approach the ministry to have those similar type situations here, because we know we have emails for folks now. We know we have a municipality's webpage, which is up to date all the time. That just seems more reasonable for someone to check a municipality's website once a month as proposed to the obligation that they have to check a paper. It just seems to make more sense. So we will be looking at that, and I think May is the time that's coming to planning.
Councillor Cooper.
Or not planning committee, yeah, planning committee, sorry.
Just on that note, and I'm delighted to hear that's coming forward, but I would like to suggest that maybe one of the ways that we can deal with this, if we can get that allowance from the province, is to make sure that we have email addresses for all our constituents, and I don't believe we do at the moment. That's at least my understanding. We have addresses for tax notification, and one of the ways that we might achieve that is actually have a bit of an incentive for our constituents to provide their full contact information. Maybe on the tax bill, we allow them, I don't know, a $50 fee reduction to get their information to us so that we can talk to our entire community. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Before I do the next round, I mean, obviously we're going way off topic, we're talking about this, but I will also mention, due to a prior file, we've already started initiating some correspondence with both federal and provincial levels of government about the notification generally. And did you want to add any comments, Madam Clerk?
Nope, I was going to say exactly what Jamie said.
Okay, all right. Second round quickly, and then we'll move on, because this will be coming in front of us as a public meeting again. Councillor Bochek.
A comment and a question to Councillor Cooper. I'm not a nobody. I do get the newspaper, and so do all land-based residents in the Port Severn, Honey Harbor area. It's delivered to their curbside, so there is notification from the newspaper that is helpful. It's not complete, but it is helpful to the land-based residents anyways, and I understand your comment. Secondly, all this talk about bylaws and road widths and everything else, being that all this is being built on private land, private landowners and private roads, is there any enforceable bylaws that could even take place on these properties outside of the provisions that are provided from the fire department on, to do with fire routes? We've had this problem in Oak Bay in the past where there's been parking issues on roads and everything. We're never able to enforce any bylaws because they weren't municipal roads. So moving forward, if we're going to have bylaws in place that govern condo roads, is there any enforcement that could be applied to those bylaws?
Your worship, yeah, if there's a contravention of a zoning bylaw requirement, then yes, absolutely, there can be enforcement taking place.
So
like any other infraction to a zoning bylaw.
Right, so if it's a private road and the developer puts up a no parking sign on the side of the road, are we going to enforce it, considering it's not a township road, it's not a township sign, and it's not a township bylaw?
Yeah, we can enforce it, particularly if it's a fire route, for example, and there's parking on it. We absolutely have the ability to fine them for parking in those areas.
Thank you.
I'm going to add just one more question, is with all this, I don't believe I saw anywhere in your report any reference to snow removal, which we know has also been an issue that has come up in regards to the roads and the parking. Is there any possibility of that being included, or do you think that is an entirely separate matter?
That was considered in part of the requirement for the setback from the house or from the dwelling to the paved portion of the road. As I mentioned, the parking space requirement in the zoning bylaw is 6 meters. What we provided here is 7.5 meters, 9 meters with a sidewalk on the one side. So that would provide additional space for snow storage as part of this, which isn't currently the standard. Like what's there in Oak Bay now also that compounds things is you have dwellings that are, the garage may be recessed in a little bit, but then the dwelling itself can be closer to the street than the 7 meters. So these provisions would allow for more generous front yards for snow storage and other things too, not just from a road, or from the condo road, but from driveways as well. So it's designed to help address the snow storage.
And I would suggest that if we up the visitor parking ratio, those parking lots in the winter when there's probably fewer visitors, that would probably, could be utilized for some of the snow storage as well. Councillor Douglas.
I just was gonna echo what you're saying. I think it's a great idea that we take a look at that parking ratio, because if you've got parking on the side of the road, then it doesn't allow for the snow removal, what you've calculated there. So that would go back to the ratio on the parking, in my opinion. I mean, I think in the summertime, in a perfect storm, we're fine, but in the winter, if you've got snow removal and cars parking, that's a bit of a problem.
Shall I read the resolution? Be it resolved that council receives report 2020-20 for information and direct staff to consider the comments received by the public and prepare a bylaw and report for consideration at a future planning council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break before we get into the next round. We have a whole bunch of people here I suspect will want to talk at length, and I don't want to see people twitching in their seats. So how about a fast 10-minute break, and then we'll come back. Thank you. All right, I'd like to declare this recess ended. The next file we have in front of us is zoning bylaw amendment Z 20-03. Again, this is one of those where the public announcement failed, so this is round one of a public meeting. So if you fail to, if you think of something after this meeting, you'll have one more chance to share it with our planning department as we draft up a possible bylaw amendment. All right, so I'm going to say to our planner.
Thank you, Worship. I'll be fairly brief here. Just to take everybody back in April of 2019, Council passed a resolution which is included as part of the staff report to take a look at this issue. And what this issue relates to is the environmental protection PSW zoning and the FH1 zoning. And big picture, it's to deal with situations where the entire frontage of water access properties is placed in either an EP PSW zone or an FH1 zone or a combination of both. And in those situations, no docks are permitted in accordance with the current requirements of the zoning bylaw. And specifically to the EP-PSW instance, where no docks are permitted, you're not really able, although you can make a Planning Act application to do it, the requirements of the province are that, and based on the definitions of development, are such that municipal staff could never support an application to develop a dock in those instances or to expand an existing dock, for example. So what this is intended to do, this bylaw, would be to provide the opportunity for consideration of applications in these instances, water access only property, and where your entire shoreline is either EP PSW, FH1, or a combination of both. The bylaw, what it requires is the draft bylaw would require a study to be prepared by a professional, so by a biologist. That study would have to identify the best location or the most appropriate location for that dock. It would have to, or that expansion to a dock. It would have to identify that there's no negative impact associated with siting a dock in that instance. And then we've also tried to make it clear in the bylaw that there may be instances where a dock cannot be accommodated or an expansion cannot be accommodated. So the process is such that it's designed, if this bylaw were to be approved, it's designed that not every property may be able to accommodate it. It only applies to properties with water access, but that a study has to be completed to demonstrate that there's no impact. And then also, the study's required to demonstrate if there's any mitigation measures required. So for example, the study might indicate whether or not the dock has to be floating or whether it has to be a pipe dock or dock typology. So there might be some requirements for construction type. The theory behind this is that where you've got a water access only property, it might be less environmental impact on the PSW or on the fish habitat to have a dock there as opposed to somebody pulling a boat up on shore. So that's the sort of big picture behind this. Just in terms of process, so again, it came to council back in April of 2019 where a resolution was passed to take a look at this. If you recall, to ensure that there was consultation occurring during the summer months when cottage communities are available, there was an open house meeting held in September where this item was on that open house meeting, and there was comments received at that meeting and then in advance of that meeting. And then at an earlier planning committee meeting, this topic was discussed, and there was a resolution passed by planning committee to move this forward to council. there was a request at the planning committee meeting through that resolution of planning committee to identify that there be a distinction between situations that have docks and situations that don't have docks, and that's been included in the draft bylaw as well. And then now we're at council for the public meeting stage, and again, this is not the statutory meeting because of the notification issue. There will be another one held in April. That's the statutory meeting. The approach used in this bylaw, I'm going to comment to make sure council's well aware of what's being proposed here, is currently under the Planning Act, there's an opportunity for conditional zoning to be used. However, there's the regulations associated with conditional zoning have not been prepared. So although the Planning Act sets the framework for utilizing conditional zoning, the regulations aren't in place for us to actually be able to implement it. This bylaw is in effect somewhat of a conditional zoning. It's saying you could potentially have a dock installed in accordance with the dock requirements of the bylaw, subject to the completion of a favorable EIS that demonstrates no negative impact and the mitigation measures. So it's somewhat of conditional zoning. The other opportunity, if we don't go this route with the bylaw but want to implement it in this matter, would be to effectively place a holding symbol on all of these areas. And then what would have to happen is come back to council to remove the holding symbol if it were to go forward. So I just want to make council aware of what this bylaw entails, and let you know that there's other municipalities that maybe not on this specific issue, but have done this type of an approach. For example, Seguin Township, they do identify and say a dock is permitted in accordance with provincial and federal requirements. So that's in their bylaw right now. So it's somewhat of a conditional approach to zoning as well. So it has been used in other areas. But I want to make sure that council and public is aware of what this draft bylaw does from that perspective. So with that, we're happy to, this is a public meeting again, so the purpose of it is to hear feedback from the public. It is their meeting, so we're going to take notes as we hear from members of the public if there's any that want to speak on this matter. And then likely there'll be modifications made to the bylaw before it is considered by council. That's really what the intent of, I think I provided a bit of an overview. And if there's, the intent for myself is not to answer specific questions from the public at this meeting, but is to listen, hear those comments, research them, provide a response as part of a recommendation report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, now you can read the list of correspondence received.
Let's try this again. One letter of no objection was received from the District of Muskoka. One letter of objection was received from Kathy Cooper. One letter of objection was received from Bill Sayers and Tom Halpenny on behalf of the Cognition Cottagers Association. And one letter of objection was received from Beth Halpenny.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak to this matter? And those who do, may I strongly encourage you, for the efficiency of time for all of us, if your point has already been made, you can say something like, I agree with the prior speaker, but want to add something. I'm just if all of you want to say exactly the same thing, just stand up and sing in unison, please. And with that, Ms. Muter, you seem to be the first volunteer. I love somebody who signs in just without me even instructing her.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council, for providing an opportunity for the public to speak on this important matter. I am here today as obviously a taxpayer in the township, but also in my role of chair of the We have been working with Pachow Fraser assessing wetlands, fish habitat, water quality since 2003. So I just want to show you this picture. This is Professor Pachow Fraser.
We're not sure if your microphone is on.
I think it's on, but it's not directed at her.
It is?
Is it on though?
There
Yeah.
we go.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So this is Professor Pachow Fraser. She's holding a Young of the Year muskie, which had not been found for a number of years since the early 2000s. They found them again last summer. probably because muskie were finally able to get into wetlands that had been too congested for them. I just want you to know that since 2003, but prior to that, she did this work around all of the Canadian side of the Great Lakes. But this photograph shows in the front of it, you can see a folded up fyke net. So those nets are used, they're set out, they're about 20 feet long. They decrease in size, and with a trap at the end, they're set out overnight. And the next morning we go in and we pull those nets and we identify, measure, and live release every fish that is found, including sometimes turtles and snakes. This is through a special permit from MNRF. As far as we're aware, no one else is doing this. Just so you know, that's our background. That's how I'm here to explain to you our background and understanding of wetlands and the protections that they need. So this is what's before you today, this proposal. I just want to make sure that everybody understands PSW, or provincially significant wetlands, are extremely extensive on the east and north coast of Georgian Bay. They have to meet MNRF requirements, a minimum size of 2 acres, and they are very rigid with their requirements for a designation as PSW. It requires extensive assessment by MNR staff or appointed consultants. Fish Habitat 1 is essentially means there is enough wetland plants to allow for fish habitat. And what we have on the east coast of Georgian Bay are a number of PSWs, but nowhere near the number that there should be, simply because MNRF do not have enough resources to assess them. So in between these PSW, this Fish Habitat 1 is important habitat for the larger fish to be able to move between wetlands. And obviously, it depends how much wetland plant is available, but they provide habitat for bass, pike, muskie, also sunfish, and many species of minnows. It doesn't matter how many plants are there, the size of it determines how many fish and turtles can use that habitat. So, why should we care about wetlands and fish habitat? One of the 4 main types of wetlands in Georgian Bay are coastal marshes, and they are the most important for fish, turtles, frogs, snakes, and shorebirds. Across our province, coastal wetlands are disappearing at an alarming rate. 90% of the coastal wetlands on Lake Ontario and Lake Erie have been wiped out, basically due to development. And once they become degraded or destroyed, we know that it costs millions of dollars to attempt to restore them, and you can never restore them to their original condition. Wetland plants provide important water quality filtering functions by absorbing excess nutrients and contaminants. You remove them, that feature is gone. Loss of these wetlands means loss of biodiversity, loss of habitat for the Great Lakes fish community, and at-risk turtles. And just so you know, those pictures are all from Georgian Bay. And down on the bottom right is a Blanding's turtle, a species at risk that we do find in the summer, but in decreasing numbers. So, this is going to be hard for me to read. Through some online research, I found this published paper by Tim Apsland and Cook. I'm not sure it has 2 dates, 1997 or 2000, of the effect of motorized watercraft on aquatic ecosystems. And you can see here, these are the conclusions of this extensive research. Propellers could chop off plant roots and uproot plants in shallow water, can generate wave energy that harms plants. Many studies noted floating debris in water following heavy boat use. Operation of motors scours sediments, churning up bottoms, generating turbidity that limit light availability to plants, and resuspend nutrients or phosphorus that lead to algal growth and severe algal blooms. Frequent boat use created channels or tracks through scouring that persisted for several years. So the conclusion is, of this research, limiting boat traffic in areas with sensitive species or where a large proportion of the plant material is floating or emergent is a good way to guide boat activity to more appropriate parts of water body. So, and people always say, oh, we just have a 10 horsepower engine, or we have a 20 horsepower engine, and, you know, it's not going to really impact the plants that much. Well, I found this research finding the depth to which engine creates turbulence and stirs up the sediment in the bottom. So you can see a 10 horsepower engine disturbs the bottom 6 feet below the surface. But you well know that for out on the coast areas, there are very few 10 horsepower boats. They are mostly 50 horsepower or more, so we're disturbing the bottom down 15 to 18 feet below the surface. That's a lot of disturbance. We cannot conclude that bigger and more faster boats make us rulers of wetlands. In fact, we have the potential to destroy when we are not educated or want to be educated as to what takes to respect each other and our environment. I just wanted to show you this example of what this would mean if docks were allowed in this PSW. This is Quarry Island. So out here, this is a provincially significant wetland. It covers this entire side of this island. You can see that there are cottages here with docks going out to access to their cottages. But this is in 2006, before the water levels fell really low. So you can see all the wetland plants in this area, all the way around this side of this island. I don't know who owns this island, but I'm quite certain that NPAC has probably a conservation easement on these lands that abut this PSW. The summer of these people have a small road around this island. It's not a real road, but they can drive ATVs on it. If someone wanted to build something over on this side of this island, the best option is to negotiate something to be able to access from one of these properties here. I know there's no cottage in this area and no docks in this area. They could then use their ATV to get around to here. So I just want you to look here and see how far out these wetland plants go. If you put a dock here, can you see how far out the dock would have to go to get out into deep enough water to allow a boat access there? So then I just want to move on to the next one. This is what it looks like. This was around 2013 when the water level was really low. Oops. I just want to show you here. If you put a dock somewhere here, to get that dock out into deep enough water at that time, this is 200 meters. We're talking over 600 feet. And so is it reasonable, or is it a good idea to allow someone to put a dock out there that long? And now at high water level, the water level is right up into these trees right now. So, you know, the solution is not putting in docks into an area like this. Yeah, that's it for me. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. See no hands raised, I think we'll give somebody else a chance to speak.
Okay.
So knowing this council, they may try to get back to you a little bit later. Ms. Halpenny.
Firstly, I just wanted to make a couple of comments on process, and I appreciate that there was recognition about the notice issue earlier. I also wanted to just address a sequencing issue, and I raised this in my letter. The matter of docks and PSWs and fish habitat were dealt with by Planning Committee at a meeting that we had in January. And I understand this council decided in February to take a motion forward to today to have this public meeting. And I just raised the question in terms of protocol and sequencing as we go about our business, because the resolution that Planning Committee passed that day in January hasn't even been back to our Planning Committee for ratification. So those minutes have not been adopted. But I did note, because the resolution is actually quoted in the staff report, that I believe the intent of the motion, the intent of the resolution of Planning Committee at the time perhaps is not entirely recognized in the amendment that is before you here today. Clearly, the committee had discussions about when a dock should be appropriated in a PSW or fish habitat, and we had for the first time a delegate come and speak to us at Planning Committee, which was very interesting to hear. And he had a legitimate and valid situation where he had built a dock, or had a dock on an already existing developed property. It needed to be relocated, and he had a valid reason for having to have that replaced. And as a committee, that committee recognized those are situations where people need to be able to have a right of safe access to their properties. The committee did have different issues as it related to a carte blanche amendment that would allow docks and PSWs or type 1 fish habitat across the board for lots that may be legally existing for some time. And that's why I wanted to bring to your attention the wording of the resolution, because it talks, and this was the resolution of our committee, but it hasn't been adopted or approved in minutes. And it speaks to proposed modifications to permit docks and PSWs or type 1 fish habitat in limited circumstances, as outlined in option 3 of the report, which was before us that day, with consideration and distinction between lots within a legally existing or legally non-complying dock or without a dock. And I don't see that distinction necessarily in the amendments that are before you here today. There's the resolution that was passed. These resolutions come to us all written before we have our discussion, and that's why you're seeing a lot of scribbles and changes and edits that go along. But clearly the discussions were, we wanted this to be distinct, separate and distinct. Already existing, what is appropriate or not appropriate, if at all, and the committee's opinion was not at all, on a vacant lot where the entire shoreline is PSW or FH1 habitat. That was the intent, and the recording secretary was asked to record the discussions that led to this intent. This is the resolution. I wanted to just comment on a couple of aspects of the report. There is a reference in the staff report to a 2014 PPS. There is actually a 2020 PPS, so I think while a lot of it is the same, there are some distinctions, and there's been some distinctions drawn to this ecoregion, which is called Ecoregion 5E, where quite clearly it says, and I will just quote, development and site alterations shall not be permitted in significant wetlands in ecoregion 5E, 6E, and 7E, and B, significant coastal wetlands. And I wanted to just go to the next section, which is where development and site alteration are allowed, subject to determining that there's no impact, and that relates to significant wetlands on the shield that are not in our ecoregion, significant woodlands, well, we're not talking about woodlands here today, valley lands, significant habitat, and coastal wetlands in regions outside of our region. And those are the areas where the PPS said, okay, you can look at it and study it and determine if there's negative impacts and whether or not it's appropriate to development. But the way I read this is that development was not allowed in significant coastal wetlands. Now, there may be argument about what classifies as development, but a dock leads to a development, leads to a planning act application, with potential rezoning, and leads to construction of buildings. So I just wanted to raise that comment. The other thing that I noticed is that there is a recommendation that docks be allowed in PSWs and type 1 fish habitats subject to an environmental impact study. And I would suggest if there are areas where perhaps it's questionable whether the ministry's mapping is correct as it relates to type 1 fish habitat, and I will say there are areas where it has been incorrect, and there are areas where consultants have recommended it actually be designated where it has not been. But in those areas, if it is questionable, and if there is a suggestion that a study is appropriate, it needs to be not just an environmental impact study. It needs to be a species at risk study. It needs to be a fish habitat assessment study. And it needs to be done at all times of the year. In my business, when we do these studies, we'd have to do 3 seasonal studies when we're dealing with species at risk. And I've seen some instances in this municipality when the terms of reference for these studies are not determined in consultation with MNRF. I've seen them undertaken at the wrong time of year in November when there's really no species, they're hibernating and they can't be assessed. So there needs to be not just an environmental impact study, a whole host of studies, parameters around what needs to be studied, terms of reference approved by the appropriate bodies. And the other thing I will add is that it's very important not just to assess the criteria at that point in time, you've got to look at what the water levels are. Because this report recommends that it should be appropriate to allow a dock to a length to allow, I think it was 1.2 meters, Jamie, I don't know in the water depth. Doesn't say that that's in high water or low water, and if it's high water, then you can bet your bottom dollar that when we get to a low water level year, there's no water to get to that dock, and that person's going to be asking for yet a further extension. So I think those are all things that need to be considered. And one of the suggestions, and I know it's done in the Township of the Archipelago, is perhaps this township consider retaining an expert environmental consultant that does these sorts of studies. Because when you get an applicant coming forward to request a dock and a PSW, and I know there are applications out there today that are pending, it's important that you have an impartial third-party assessment, because I know, it is my business, I work with a number of environmental consultants, and they'll do what they're asked to do because they're paid to support an application. So it's not an in total impartial, unbiased viewpoint. And I can say there's very rare times that this municipality exercises its ability under the official plan to actually require a peer review by an independent third party of those works. So I think if we're going to in the future ever consider that there are some limited circumstances where this might be appropriate, we need to set up the guidelines to deal with that sensitively. That's the extent of my comments today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Anyone? Ms. Muter, you already had your turn.
I did. There was something important I forgot to say. Do you want
To the microphone, please.
I was showing you that picture of us assessing the wetlands. I think it's important that everybody understands that on the east coast of Georgian Bay, we have the highest quality, most diverse, most extensive wetlands found anywhere in the Great Lakes. It is probably the basis and the reason for it being declared a World Biosphere Site. These are deserving of our attention and protection. And I can tell you, we bring people from other parts of the Great Lakes. They're absolutely astounded at the quality of wetlands that we have and the extent. They just say, you know, it's impossible to restore to this quality, so do everything you can to protect them. And that includes, I was at the State of Lake Huron conference with Representative Dan Kildee, who came and announced funding for grass carp eradication program. He spoke to me afterwards and he said, listen, where are you from? And I told him. He said, wow, you have the best wetlands found anywhere in the Great Lakes. Do everything you can to protect them. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to make some comments? Sir.
Good morning. My name is Bob Keller, and my wife and I are the ones who made the delegation to the Planning Committee in January there. The reason that we came to that meeting and why I came to this meeting is that we're part of the group of cottagers that are, you know, pretty impacted by this. Just a brief history, 2000 we bought the cottage, which was actually an old house built sometime in the late teens or early 20s. There's a couple of deeds on it, so we're not really sure, but it's old. And anyway, we bought that. It had an old floating dock blown up on shore, which we got offshore. But we used that, and we're still using it. It was old when we bought the cottage. It's 20 years older now. And I'm 20 years older. I'm 67. And what we were doing was taking a dock-in-the-box type dock from shore to that floating dock, put it in every spring, take it out every fall. At 67, it's not as enjoyable as it was when I was 47. And it seems to us with the rising water in the last few years, the water seems to us rougher. We face west, we face Beausoleil Island. And so the dock and the boat takes, pretty good wind occasionally. So anyway, we thought now's the time to make a change and enjoy the next, 15 or 20 years or whatever we have. So we went to a local designer and contractor and, drew up what we thought was a modest dock that would afford us some more protection and be a little bit more permanent in terms of using it. I wouldn't have to put something in and out every fall and spring. And so we did that. We came to the township and did the permit application process, and everything looked good. And then one of the people from the planning department phoned and said, Bob, your dock is good and everything, except you have a PSW designated property. And so there are restrictions on that, and at that time the permit could not be approved. And so, we're sort of trying to work through that process, and if a bylaw such as this were, bylaw change such as this were recommended, then, we can see light at the end of the tunnel. And Ruth and I are, for protecting wetlands. We see the importance of that. Around the back, the front of our cottage is sort of typical Georgia Bay, rocky shoreline type of thing. Beside it and behind it is wetland. It's bog or fen or swamp. And we've agreed with the M&R that we're not going to do anything back there. We don't want to, that's part of the beauty of the place. And so we're not sort of disagreeing with protecting wetlands. We have had access to our cottage since, 2000, and the deed on the thing goes back to, well, there's one deed in the 20s and one I think is 1918. So people have had access to that property for a long time. And the current situation is with the rising water, our dock is now 60-some feet from shore, and we have 48 feet of dock in the box. And we just thought it was time to make a change, and came to council to ask them to encourage us along. I'm not making any comment about empty properties or empty wetlands or anything like that, but I think properties that have had access, we paid for the property with, that in mind. It was a property that there was access to, and so it was therefore worth what it's worth. We'd just like to encourage you to help encourage us. Any questions? I can take any questions from mayor or council or anybody else who has a question too, I guess.
I was just going to remind you to put your name on the list, Mr. Keller.
I was just going to say, I have a tremor, so I'll put my name here, but I'm not sure anybody will be able to read it.
Fair enough.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Mr. Halpenny and Mr. Bain has his hand up as well.
Hey, I just want to make sure I sign in first.
Yeah.
It's about the same as mine, don't worry about it. Thank you. I'm here representing the Cognizant Cottage Association. I was part of the letter that's been sent in, and I just wanted to reinforce a couple of comments. We have a committee in our board of directors that's made up of 4 individuals that we talk about planning issues. And we try to get as much information as possible and deal with the planning issues that come to us from the township. One of the problems we ran into in this particular one is we actually didn't get notice of this particular item, and we've actually been not getting notices recently on some of the items. So that's just, I think, a point of administration we need to figure out at some point. Just recently, I realized that you can now go onto the system and make sure you get notices of the agendas, but I think that's a new thing that Victoria showed me how to do that, but it's not new, so anyways, somehow we have to fix that. And we put that in our letter that we would like to see that fixed. Because I do believe that you want the associations, cottage associations, to comment on these things, and we need some time to do it, so that would be handy. The other thing is that we talked about the report that was put forward, we read it, we looked at the draft bylaw, and the committee really came to the conclusion that it really doesn't add any value to what we already have. We have something that's much better as far as we're concerned in the process right now. Docks are not allowed in these spaces, and from what we understood, there is a way, if somebody has to put a dock there because that's the only space they have to put it, that there is a process they can go through to do that. And Jamie alluded this morning that it wasn't, but I'm not sure whether that is or not. So I think that's where we would like to see us go, is to not draft something that allows docks and then try to do a study that would make it so you actually can put the dock there. So I think our stance was, let's leave it the way it is, and if there's special cases that need to be looked at, then they should be looked at on a case-by-case basis. And I think that's pretty well summed up all the things about the studies that we would have commented on, so I won't reiterate that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Bain?
Mr. Mayor and Council, I'm Tom Bain, and I'm here representing the Eastern Georgia Bay Protective Society Incorporated. My input is somewhat anecdotal, so I do agree with what has been said by the other presenters, in particular Mary Muter and Beth Halpenny and Tom Halpenny. At the last public meeting, a prominent member of our community, a realtor and contractor, made the comment that 99% of the buildable lots in Honey Harbor were already built on, and the remaining 1% were basically lots that either were fronted by a provincially significant wetland or a fish habitat. Well, I don't think our goal in Honey Harbor should be 100% build out. At the present time in Honey Harbor, we have overdevelopment and overuse. Certainly many people find the amount of boat traffic and noise on the weekends from the overdevelopment and overuse intolerable. And I really don't think that our goal should be, particularly in Honey Harbor and perhaps elsewhere as well, 100% build out. That particular individual also mentioned that he had learned that there were beneficial aspects of docks and wetlands that were advocated by MNRF. And that particular comment was somewhat out of context because the MNRF comment was based on stable water levels, and all three of our previous presenters have explained that the changing water levels are a big factor. So maybe that particular comment that was attributed to MNRF might be applicable to the inland lakes, but certainly it's not applicable to Georgian Bay. Mary Muter mentioned the studies that were done in the states of Wisconsin and Minnesota several years ago with respect to the damage to wetlands and fish habitats by docks and the related boat motor traffic. And I'm familiar with those studies. But the big problem is that we don't have any studies like that, local studies in this area that have been done. Certainly the work of Pat Shaw Fraser has identified the sensitivity of the wetlands, but the impact of docks and boat traffic, we just simply don't have any other data to relate on. And the only data I can find is the Wisconsin and Minnesota studies. So when it comes to a consultant preparing an EIS on the impact of a dock and boat traffic on a wetland, he really doesn't have anything to work with. And I've talked to several of the consultants that prepare these EISs in our area, and I'm not going to name them, but you are familiar with the names, and really they don't have any information on this particular subject to base their EISs on. So it's a real problem for them as well. So I just wanted to mention those anecdotal things and which you can think about, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Who else would like to speak? Sir.
Morning. Good morning, Your Honor and Council. My name is Grant Peel. I'm the superintendent of the park just up the street here called Wildwood by the Severn. I agree with everything that everybody's said so far in regards to Georgian Bay, but we are part of Trent Severn Waterways. And that's two different identities, basically. We spoke to many people over the years and agencies in regards to what we can do and what we cannot do. The MNRF, Parks Canada, Oceans and Fisheries have all told us it doesn't affect them at all. We have to speak to Trent Severn Waterways. Over the last few years, we've been dealing with Trent Severn Waterways, and the person that we deal with all the time is Debbie Farmer, and we spoke to her again last week in regards to this, and she knew nothing about the PSW or FH1 distinction for our area, even though our area is probably, if you show on the map that we got delivered to us, it covers quite a bit. That park's been established now for over 40 years, and we have established docks in that area, and we're constantly repairing them due to the water levels being raised up and down every winter and spring. As of right now, our water level is probably 1.5 feet or maybe 2 feet lower than normal, and I don't know if it's because they're worried about the snow melt, or if it's because of the job that they're doing on the dam right now. So what I would really like to suggest is that you consider this area over there and do this in two parts. One, the Georgian Bay side, and two, the Trent Severn Waterway side. Because again, MNRF said they have nothing to do with it, and if you look back on some of the information that we found under the MNRF building permits, it says that we have to apply for a building permit with the MNRF and activities done on Crown land and shoreline before we can take anything in place. But later on, as you run down, it says it does not apply to federal lands or water bodies. Example, Trent Severn Waterway or the Rideau Canal waterways. So we're just a little bit concerned because we have many members in our park that just applied for docks to get repaired or redone. And everybody, of course, just got denied from doing their jobs. According to the Trent Severn Waterways, and we do follow the rules, we do not do any work after March 15th to July 15th because of nesting fish. But other than that, we can do dock work or shoreline restoration or whatever. The park has received awards from Trent Severn Waterways for the way we keep our shorelines. So it does not erode, and we do create fish habitat. But we did not know anything about this, and now it's causing us a big problem with our repairs of our docks, because according to the rules, we're not allowed to do anything without making application to the township. As of just up to 2 weeks ago, the rules state we don't need a permit for anything over 107 square feet. Most of our docks are less than that, and we'd have to do a study, an impact study, and an environmental study in regards to that, or fish study, which causes a great burden on everybody in our park. So I'm not sure, I mean, I really agree with everything on the Georgian Bay side, but on the upper hand, again, it's a totally different thing compared to Georgian Bay. So I would really like the council to consider this issue in two parts, one the Georgian Bay side and one the Trans-Severn Waterway side, if that's possible.
It certainly is possible, but I would just want, for clarification, we have not changed the rules. We're considering changing the rules. So
Okay.
the rules have not changed at this point.
Again, over the last few years, we've never ever had to apply for an FH1 study or anything like that, and we just found out about it just last week, which causes us big grief because everything we've done over the last few years would have been illegal, even though we didn't know anything about it.
To our planner.
Just to provide some clarification, I think, so the bylaw that's on the screen relates to waterfront, or sorry, water access only properties on Georgian Bay. What's being referenced here is, I think you would like to see some additional considerations made for Gloucester Pool and the Trans-Severn. They've got a situation where there's a number of FH1 zones that exist in front of or along the property. So what's transpired is that they've wanted to install some docks or enlarge docks in those areas of FH1, and through our zoning bylaw process currently, it would trigger a fish habitat study to be conducted before that takes place. And I think what's being requested is that the township look at that and whether there's an opportunity to remove that requirement in some instances. I think that's the basis of your question.
Definitely. And again, with the map that we received last week, the areas that they show as FH1, they stopped at the one spot in our canal. And yet, we know for a fact that there is a big area that they did not put in, and that's where all the fish nest. And we see it all the time. And we do protect it on our own. We do have rules in the park itself on limiting the size of our docks, what we can put in, and our rules are actually even a little bit tighter than the township and Trans-Severn Waterways. So we apply for Trans-Severn Waterway permits every year because of this now.
Well, thank you, and we applaud you exceeding the rules. Absolutely. Ms. Cooper, I believe you were volunteering to come forward.
My name is Kathy Cooper, and I'm not a planner or planning lawyer, but I've been involved in planning issues for the CCA since 2003. And as a result of all the work that I've done, I've become very friendly with a lot of planners and a lot of planning lawyers. So when something like this comes up, I get an opinion from someone who's qualified. And I asked whether a very highly qualified planning lawyer, whether we need to change the bylaw or if there's some way that we can handle this and give relief to people like Mr. Keller, who have a bona fide hardship case, versus opening it up township-wide. And the information that I received is that we can put something in our official plan, doing an OPA, and say that we can consider docks in PSW, EPW, and Class 1 fish habitat under certain circumstances, and you put the criteria there. It would be a pre-existing developed property where they cannot get to the dock where it is now. And we do it on a case-by-case basis. We qualify the hardship. We also have the EIS and species at risk done by someone who is independent, the way the archipelago does it, so that we know that it's not a bought opinion. And it's probably only going to be a handful of people that will meet those criteria on a hardship basis. Now, what I was told is if we change our bylaw, we're opening it up to minor variances that will continue to open up and provide, you know, we've got the door open and over time, we erode the original intent, which is just to help people who have a bona fide need. Now, my husband and I have 1,900 feet of frontage, and 200 of it at the back is EP Class 1 fish habitat. I wouldn't want to see a situation where someone in the future who owns that property decides that it would be neater and tidier to take all our docks and put them around in that fish habitat. And we shouldn't need to. No one needs to unless the whole property is you know, off limits. We don't want to see new lots developed in marshes. So I think the idea of helping the people who already have developed a property and can't get to it, those people are the people that we really should be trying to address right away, and the best way to do it is an official plan amendment allowing consideration only if it meets criteria, and that will help the planners to know whether this applicant qualifies or not, and then they come forward, they make their case, they provide their studies, and we've helped them. But I don't think the majority of people want a township-wide open change to the zoning bylaws. I think, as Mrs. Halpenny described, it was a miscommunication between the planning committee and staff that the driver here was helping people who can't get their cottage this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to add to? Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm David Matthews. I will try to keep this brief because you've been patient enough sitting there and probably under the lights. Essentially, just want to echo what's been said here before and ask you to keep in mind the science that has been conducted over all the years by people like Dr. Carl Schieffer and Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser. They've dedicated a lifetime to this and the importance of saving the wetlands. So to Ms. Cooper's comment earlier about, you know, a carte blanche change in the bylaws may not be the right situation. We, as you're most aware, are experiencing extremely high water at the moment. If I go back about 6 or 7 years ago, we had extremely low water, and some people were coming to the township asking for extensions on docks, change the bylaw because of the situation, the way it sat at that year. Guess what? Water came back up, and had that bylaw been changed, and we changed from the 66 feet, I think it is, of dock to 100 or 120 feet, we'd have these monster docks out there now. So we have to think long-term as to what the impact will be. If you put a dock in a wetland now, the water goes down, this dock could just be resting on the bottom and become useless. The other thing to consider, I think, is that when you put a dock in, you have activities on that dock. You have boats, and Ms. Muter talked about the disruption of the water from 10 horsepower even. Doesn't talk about sea-doos, doesn't talk about water trampolines, kids swimming, all that sort of thing. So those are my points that I wish you to consider, and I'll leave it in your capable hands.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Anyone else want to jump in? Yes, you may. If I allowed Ms. Muter to speak a second time, I have to allow everybody to speak a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. Actually, a couple of comments just prompted some remarks that I think would be worthwhile making. And I'm sure Jamie will report back to this when this comes back to this committee. But
and you know we'll be having another public meeting as well.
Yes, I do know. If you have a situation where your dock is existing today and you have a hardship case like the gentleman, and this is the gentleman that came to delegate to our planning committee, and we certainly had sympathy for him. Now, in his case, he wanted to relocate, but if you were just replacing a dock, because the report speaks to replacement, extension, and maybe relocation. If if you're just replacing a dock, I would have to think that that would be covered under the legal non-complying policies in the zoning bylaw, because it doesn't matter that the PSW EP type 1 fish habitat zone may have been applied to their property after they developed. That dock existed, so it would be legal non-complying, and they should be allowed to replace it. Extensions and shifting it around, that's a different story, but I wanted to raise that. I also wanted to talk about one other aspect of impact of development on these wetlands that just wasn't addressed, and we've talked about motor activity and, and other issues. And one is, if you're allowing a dock in a wetland, and that's going to precipitate development, because that's really why you want a dock, you've got to consider the impact of the, the effluent and the nutrient loading on those sensitive wetland environments. And that is something that really needs to be considered, because when you have less water and a low water level year, you have concentration of those nutrients which then are causing the blue-green algae bloom. So I think that's another aspect to consider of why development isn't appropriate on a vacant lot today to allow a dock. And the other thing is, if you allow a dock on a vacant lot, which becomes development and all the other associated activities which we've heard about, when the water goes down, it may not be just a matter of somebody asking for an extension of that dock. They would be asking to come back and blast or dredge potentially. That's really not blasting, dredging, because you'd be dredging out the sensitive aquatic water life, which is what providing the habitat to these endangered species. And we have policies in our official plan and bylaw for no blasting, but more particularly here, no dredging. There's an exception to that policy that says if you have an existing developed lot and you can't get to it, you can dredge. But by opening the door and saying, let's consider that docks are appropriate in these areas, you allow a dock, it allows development, then that becomes existing, and that gives that person the right to dredge. And that's something that we really need to take into consideration. So I just wanted to raise that in addition to my other points, and I support all the other things that people have said here today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any hands go up. Oh, I've seen one hand. Mr. Matthews, weren't you just in front of us?
I was.
Oh, you want to come forward and turn your mic off, don't you?
I'll do that for you, Mr. Mayor. One quick question. Do we need to attend the April meeting to be on the record, or will this suffice today?
Madam Clerk?
No, this suffices, just like any comment that has been provided in advance of this meeting. Absolutely.
Well, at this point, I'm going to turn it over to council and see whether they agree or disagree. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you that have spoken today on this. You know, our environment is one of the most important aspects of our area here. I'm of the opinion that we need to tread on this very, very carefully. I agree with a lot of the comments that have been brought up today. I think more research has to be done. I think we need to look at getting perhaps a consultant in, as has been suggested. I personally have, you know, PSWs in my area and right at the back of my property and just down for myself. And I've spent the better part of my life on that lake trying to protect it from people running their boats into it. You name it, they go in there, and it's like, this is where, to me, even as a younger person, I recognize that that's a very sensitive area and boats shouldn't be running. So I would do whatever it's going to take here to do further investigation, because I think you're all very right. We only have one environment, and if we wreck it, it will take a lot to bring it back, and it will never come back the way it should. So I'm fully in support of doing more investigation on this.
Councillor Yanko.
Well, along the same lines, I think everybody in this room and hopefully everybody on council wants to protect our wetlands. They're a rarity and they should all be protected. However, I think we're getting some issues mixed up here. Basically, we're talking about the individual who has property in a wetlands and insists in getting to that property any way he can. And he will drive his boats through the wetlands. We can't stop him. We cannot stop boats going in wetlands. And we cannot stop people from accessing their property through a wetlands to the property. We can't stop them. The question is, do we want them pulling the dock up on the sand beach, or tying up to the rocks, or tying up to the dock? That's the question really in front of us. It's those people we should discourage. And I think the policy should discourage people to build in wetlands. But that individual that insists on getting to his property to build on his property, we can't stop him. He can bring barges in through that wetlands and pull up to the shore. So the question is, do you want boats pulling up to the shore, or do you want to put in a dock based on a EIS study? So my opinion was, if these people are insisting on getting to the property, then we should go through a process where they put a dock in an area where it's the least sensitive, and they're forced to only utilize that area around the dock to access that property. But yes, I think the policy should discourage development in wetlands, discourage docks, but I think we have to have a policy. If somebody's going to insist on getting in, we should have a process to get a dock in the right location in that sensitive area.
Councillor Cooper.
Well, a lot of very interesting and good input, and I just wanted to, I don't want to echo a lot of things that have been said, maybe just some very specific points. One is, and it has been mentioned, but I think we're also talking about two other distinct things here. One is a property that has a dwelling. The individuals, in my view, should have the right to be able to get to their dwelling, and therefore we need to provide some sort of provision to have that happen. So that is one point. Secondly, and these are random points, April meeting, I think, is not a good idea. I think it needs to be when our constituents, the majority of our constituents, are in-house and in season. So I suggest June or July. I would also like to, in fact, I have some notes here from a planning lawyer from Georgian Bay, and I realize that there may be slightly different distinctions between inland lakes and Georgian Bay, but wetlands are wetlands. And his opinion is that we are not required to make any particular changes. People can come forward and make a request for allowance to put a dock in so that they can get to their dwelling, their seasonal residence or full-time residence, whatever. And by opening it up, his comments are things like, of course, the township can rezone on a site-by-site basis, which is only the way to ensure that necessary environmental work is done. Why not an official plan amendment saying rezonings will be considered to permit whatever, where the following reports are provided and approved by DFO, MNR, etc. But this should be on existing structures. So I just wanted to comment that we've fortunately been able to get some pretty sound advice in terms of what will work or not work with municipal policy, local policy, and I think it's important to make sure that we have a very careful and narrow opening as to what we allow or not. Thank you.
Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to a couple of comments that were made by members of the public, and one would be to Ms. Halpenny, that I agree with you that the terms of reference, which I was responsible for writing for the planning committee, do allow for the minutes to be ratified and approved at the next meeting. So all comments that took place at the past meeting to do with this have not been ratified as of yet or approved as of yet. So in this particular case, this meeting would have been a little early. But since this meeting is going to continue because of non-notification, then there may be a time to ratify that. But that could be something we could look at in the future of making sure things are complete, concise, and finished with the planning committee before they come to council. So I do agree with you there. I would like to make a comment, and this is to everyone in general, that most of you know that I used to own a resort on Georgian Bay in Tay Township, just on the 400 highway, currently known as Muskie's Landing. And initially, there was no docks at Muskie's Landing, and all the fishermen and sea doers and everything pulled their boats up on shore. And there's nothing worse for an environment than a 110 horsepower Sea-Doo pulling up on your shore and washing away all the fish habitat and vegetation for about 200 feet behind it. So when I bought the resort, I had docks installed with permission from all agencies except for Township, because they have no rules when it comes to docks. They rely on provincial and federal agencies to take care of this. I requested a 200-foot dock there so that the boats, the fishermen, the sea-doos would be out in 15 to 20 feet of water where they docked. At a later date, I guess 3 years into owning the resort, we found that where the dock was, and this was all in very, very provincially significant wetlands, where the dock was, all the vegetation had grown back. The fish habitat was phenomenal. Yet the part of the resort where we didn't put docks in and people continued to pull their boats and sea-doos and everything up onto shore, that fish habitat was completely destroyed. There was nothing left there. There was no vegetation, there was no nests. As a matter of fact, we witnessed smallmouth bass nests and the fingerlings being completely blown away by the traffic that was pulled up on shore. So going back to the committee, I just thought I'd give you that reference so that you can see how floating dock systems installed in the proper manner can support and encourage healthy growth in these wetlands, as opposed to allowing people to run their powered vessels up on shore. And if we restrict or eliminate the ability for people to put docks in provincially significant wetlands, you may find out that they're pulling their vehicles up on shore and destroying the habitat near to shore. So this is personal experience. I certainly take in everything that everyone has offered today, and I agree with you. There needs to be guidelines to protect the wetlands, protect the environments, but let's not make sure that we're being rash in our decisions and perhaps encouraging more damage to these wetlands in the future by not allowing docks in there. So comments, well received. Thank you very much for coming and making them. And for the most part, I agree with every comment that was made here today, and will support what the residents on Georgian Bay are looking for in the way of resolution on this matter. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
I do have a couple of comments. I'd like to ask a question first to planning, to Director Jamie. You made a comment earlier that municipal staff could not support an application today for putting a dock in a wetland. That's just, I don't want to make sure I misquoted you.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so, but it would be possible for you to bring an application forward not supported by planning and deliver it to council and allow council to make a decision to allow a bylaw to be passed to enable, such as this resident from the Honey Harbor area who has a pre-existing property and is having dock issues. We as council could essentially override the other constraints and allow that to be passed. Is that correct?
So yes, through your worship, you could make a decision to approve a bylaw not based on the planning policies.
Okay, so the risk that we would then face is it could be challenged. So someone could object, other than the owner of the property could potentially object, but why would he object to us helping him? But neighbors could object in theory and take it to the LPAT. But if we were, I would say that might be a risk that we were prepared to take. I'm just hypothetically. I realize that.
Yeah, just through your worship, I don't see there being any risk to the township council in that. I think the risk is to the applicant, because the applicant's the one that would be hiring a consultant to review the best location, submit their supporting study, end up getting a negative staff report and going to council. So that would be a risk that would, all of the risk would be on the applicant there.
Understood.
And I wouldn't like to hypothesize on whether an applicant would be willing to take that risk or not.
Understood. I guess if I were an applicant and I was hearing the kinds of comments that were coming from council so far, I would probably want to take that risk and move on and get things done. But anyways, that's one thing. What we've been hearing from some of our residents is that there is today a path that could be exercised by an applicant to beg council, if you will, to approve something that planning staff wouldn't approve?
Yes, we've always known that path to exist.
Okay.
What this exercise would do is provide a basis for council to support it and for staff to support that. What the proposed bylaw does is, and there's a couple things that have come out today. So what the proposed bylaw does is allows the use. So it's not something that would have to come back to council if someone wanted to install a dock in one of these situations. It wouldn't come back to council. It would be a technical study that's completed. That technical study gets completed, signed off on, and then the dock permit could get issued. That's what this proposed bylaw would enable. That's the functionality of it. What Ms. Cooper identified was a process of potentially updating the official plan or including an official plan policy that would be an enabling policy in the plan to allow for these considerations. If that was done, there wouldn't be a need for a bylaw, but what it would mean is that every time somebody wanted to do this, they would have to submit a zoning bylaw amendment to council to bring it forward, and there would be a bylaw in front of council for consideration. So there's two different processes there. There's one that isn't required to come back to council, and there's one that would be required to come back to council. The reason for the process of the bylaw amendment and why we're having this public meeting is that the consideration on whether it's appropriate or not to construct a dock for these select circumstances is really a technical consideration based on a review that's completed by those professional consultants or by a biologist. So the idea was that not make it a political decision by requiring a bylaw to come to council, but providing the technical requirements are met, then the dock would be allowed. So there's those two different things. So we would be interested in hearing from council and people and which of those two avenues they would like to proceed. Right now, the avenue we've been proceeding down is in accordance with the resolutions that council's provided in August and dealing with the zoning bylaw. If you want us to look at the OPA route instead, then we can look at that too. I just wanted to frame those comments in context because I think that's partly where you're going with this. And I want to make sure council understands those two different processes and situations.
So thank you for that. So it's good to know that we have a path available today. So if an applicant wanted to come forward and essentially understand that planning may not support it today, but council may in fact approve it, that might be a path. I'd like to I'll use the term pile on here, to a comment that was made earlier. We've talked about the study, the EIS study or the species of risk study or whatever. And in a commercial world, we, as the township, require the applicant to fund the cost of a peer review of that study. And I'm thinking on an individual basis perspective, that becomes very expensive because you're essentially paying double. What I would recommend is that the EIS study be funded by the applicant but contracted for by the township, and that the township select vendors, consultants or whatever that do these things, and have that consultant understand that he's working in the township's best interests first and the applicant's interests second. And I think that would get away from all these bogus EIS studies and reports that we've seen come forward where you get the applicant's version and then you get another version that is essentially a peer review, and it's like, how can this possibly be the same property? So let's minimize the cost to the applicant. Let's take that job underhand by the township, because we would do that in a peer review environment anyways. And let's have the applicant fund it, but have the comfort level that the strategies of the environmental focus that we have from a township standpoint be number one in our focus. And we keep hearing at the beginning of our meetings and a land acknowledgement statement. I'm pretty sure if we asked the Indigenous community if we should be doing these things in wetlands, they'd be going no. So why don't we kind of leverage all of those priorities and have this funded by the applicant but done by the township so we know where the priority is. So that's one thing. The other thing is, On the request of a constituent, I reached out to somebody at the MNRF for comment, and that person immediately directed his superior to call me and give me some better understanding of what the PPS is and what it means and so on. And with no disrespect to our planning department, I would say that what I'm hearing from MNRF is different from what I'm getting from planning. I will accept planning's comments that they're not experts in environmental matters, and I would suggest that we as a township request that MNRF come and meet with us and explain to us their position on these wetlands. And I suggest that if we do that, we're going to find that they're very consistent with some of the comments that we've got from our community. And so I think it would behoove us to get that qualified input before we take any further steps on this, so that we're not having the broken telephone, you know, he said, she said, whatever, and we end up with possibly a misunderstood message. So again, key elements like that I think would significantly improve this process. I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Councilor Yanko.
You know, I agree with all that, that we need to protect our wetlands, there's no question about it. But I don't think that's the issue in front of us. The issue in front of us is, what do we do with that individual that insists on getting to his property or to build on his property? And we indicated that this should only apply to built up or built on property. Well, how did that property get built in the first place if he didn't have a dock? So I think the issue here is that what is the minimum impact on the wetlands if a person insists in building on his property? Now, we cannot stop anybody from building on a property, can we, Jamie? We can't stop any from building on a property if it's...
Provided they meet the zoning bylaws. Provided the zoning bylaw requirements are met.
Right. So they don't need a dock to do it, so they can go in with their barges right away and build something without a dock, correct?
Provided they have a building permit.
Right. Okay, and you can prevent a building permit if he meets all the various zoning bylaws. So the question becomes, do we want to have control on the access to the shore or not? And so that's what it comes down to me. I'd rather see them use docks instead of pulling up barges and boats on the shore. But it's only for those people who insist on getting to the properties. And we should discourage it. We should discourage people building in wetlands, protect the wetlands, discourage people going in there by boat. But we have to have some way of controlling how the shoreline should be protected in a very sensitive area. And I think the only way you can do it is to have a proper study done and the dock put in the least damaging area, and that we maximize the protection of wetlands.
I know we've already started a second round, but I want to have my first round first for a moment, and just a couple comments and a question. I think we're all at council here very appreciative of everybody who's come in and made all their comments. It's very helpful to us because each one you have a different perspective or add a different part to the commentary, and I greatly appreciate that. I want a bit of a clear, and I don't doubt that all of us don't want to see our wetlands harmed or destroyed. I mean, I think one of the good things is in the last decade or so, or decade or two, that we've gained an appreciation for wetlands that we didn't used to have, and I think that's very important. Mr. Robinson, I have a question about the draft. One comment, but one question about the draft bylaw you have in front of us, and I don't quite understand in 1.2. Even though I know you're describing slightly different properties, why you have to have two paragraphs to more or less say almost exactly the same thing. But my question to you is, in both those paragraphs, you state where access is an existing legal or legal non-complying dock. So does this bylaw in any way cover situations where there is no dock at this time?
Yeah, it does deal with situations where you don't have a dock, but your water access on the
that would be 1.1?
Yes.
Okay.
So 1.2, that's section 4.12 from the zoning bylaw. It is a section that deals with non-compliant structures.
The pre-existing, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why section 1.1 inserts a new general provision into the general provision section, and then section 1.2 makes a modification to the existing.
Okay, I just wanted to, all right, thank you. Councillor Cooper, have you haven't spoken, so you should have round one, you should, really, before Councillor Cooper.
And I'll be quick, because I'm in total agreement. I think in light of comments by Mary Muter and the background science provided by Pat Chow Fraser, that we risk a lot if we ignore the science that's involved here. So I think it's really important that we pay attention to the science that's been provided to us, and we keep that in mind. I just happened to look at the current forecast for water levels in the Georgian Bay for this year, updated in February. And they're looking at a level that would basically be essentially 2 meters above, a full 2 meters above the record low 2012. So you're looking at in excess of a 6-foot differential. And I think it's really important that whatever we do, however we do it, that within the background of all the work we do, that we consider not only where we are now with water levels, but where they could potentially be when they go back down. And I think it's been mentioned, and we saw the picture of Corey Island, high-low water, that sure, it's great to be able to, and I agree, I think that people have a building already in place. I'm very sympathetic to the fact that they should be able to have access to it. But if we allow them to move into a provincial significantly wetland or fish habitat area, that just by virtue of its definition is presumably, even at this time, quite shallow. And when you allow for a 6-foot plus or 2 meter differential in water levels, you are automatically taking a piece of property with a dock on it, that all of a sudden the dock is no longer the least bit useful as, except as a viewing platform for the residents. So anything we do has got to consider the fact that not only do people have to have access right now, but they need to have access when the water levels drop back down again, which we are being told by the scientists will inevitably happen. So we've got to keep that in mind. That's it.
Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask that the planning committee and our planning staff give some thought to the distinction between developed, in other words, properties with a dwelling, and those that do not have a dwelling. And what does that mean to the issue that Councillor Wianco is raising, which is that we have to allow everybody build on any existing lot. And as I understand it, any existing lot that has a fish habitat and PSW in front of it probably has a hold on it. And if it has a hold on it, they can't build. And so I just want to sort of get to the bottom of that issue. The hold would have to be lifted, and I suspect the hold was put on it for a reason, which is that it probably wasn't, it's an existing lot, but it didn't make sense to develop it. So I think that's somewhere where we have to go, and I think our planning committee can comment on that, but also our planning department. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton?
I want to share an opinion here. It's going to be different from Councillor Wianco and Councillor Bochek, and this relates to pulling boats up on a shore for access to the property. And I want to paint a picture in your mind about the kinds of cottagers we have on Georgian Bay. And when I'm up in Georgian Bay and my neighbor has a $500,000, $1 million cottage and a lovely dock, and my neighbor on the other side has a $500,000 cottage and a lovely dock, am I going to come in a grubby little boat that I beach on the shore and get out into the water, in the wetlands, and try to haul all of my stuff up onto the cottage so that I can somehow enjoy that property? The days of legacy cottagers who do that on Georgian Bay, I think, are long gone. And when you see the new type of property owner coming into Georgian Bay, they want to be able to walk off their boat in heels and walk up to their cottage in heels, and there's no way they're going to be getting out of the boat pulled up on a shoreline. So again,
Can we pass a bylaw saying no heels? Council, shall we move on? Okay, I think a lot of good comments, and I know our planners have been actively taking notes and scribbling away, so we're going to get updated versions and suggestions. But right now we have, be it resolved that Council receive Report 2020-22 and recommends that staff consider the comments received at the public meeting and prepare a bylaw and report for consideration at a future Planning Council meeting. Councillor Jarvis?
So don't we have further public input on this, and would that be, would hinge on that as well?
Yeah, well, but this still tells them to work on it, but all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, where are we at now? All right. So council, our next set of applications are not subject to a public meeting, though they're done in public. I don't know if you want to proceed with one or two of those, or if you want to break early. I mean, I think we might as well move on and then break for lunch at some point. We have a 1 o'clock presentation from the OPP. Okay, let's keep going. All right. Mr. Bocek. Councilor.
Three gentlemen sitting in the front here. I don't know if they're in some of the upcoming things, or we could handle that before lunch, or they've been here since 9 o'clock.
Gentlemen, which file are you interested in?
We're interested in the closing up shoreline roads around the Allowance.
Sorry? Is it, where's, oh, no, there's a public meeting scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon in regards to the Delawana. Yes.
Yeah, it shows on here.
So I'm afraid because it's scheduled as a public meeting at 2 o'clock, we're going to have to hold that one at 2 o'clock. Otherwise, we'd do it right now. Was that announced or something? Or was that announced at that time? Or?
Yeah. Oh, were you waiting on something for me?
Just want to let you know we're not going to hear the Delawana delegation until 2 o'clock. I know you've been sitting there since 9.
Yeah, I think the notice said 9 a.m.
Yeah, the meeting's at 9, but the Delawana's going to hear it too. Hope it's informative for the city.
You have no obligation to sit here until 2 o'clock. That's up to you.
Okay, so we're off this until 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock is when the file you're interested in. Sorry, 2 o'clock is when we'll be looking at that particular file.
Well, it's been fun anyway.
Well, and we enjoyed having you here.
And he's right about that. There is no more 9.9.
Not, well, I have one. Yeah, well, we just found 2 already.
Did he say 9.9?
No, I got a 9.8.
Okay. Let's do the planning application not subject to a public meeting. Do I have any speech for that? I don't.
No.
So the first file we have is Development Services Report 2020-019 with regards to the Keddy application. Ms. Sutterby.
All right, so we had our public meeting for this application back on January 13th. So I'm not going to dive into a whole lot of detail since I did the public meeting portion, but I will just kind of do a refresher on what the application is requesting and go over. I attached a couple of photos just to refresh everyone's memory. So the application is proposing an accessory building with a washroom with a setback of 4 meters to another building where a minimum setback of 10 meters is required. However, it is set back more than 20 meters from the high water mark. They're proposing 2 sleeping cabins on a lot of 0.99 hectares where 1 hectare is required to have 2 sleeping cabins, a sauna in the required front yard with a setback of 10 meters from the high water mark, and a setback of 2 meters from another building where 10 meters is required. And they're proposing 4 accessory buildings, these being a sauna, a gazebo, a dryland boathouse, and accessory building with the washroom, where 2 accessory buildings is permitted. So the effect of the amendment is to establish a site-specific exception to the Cognoscine Shoreline Residential Island Zone. Just to give you an idea again on where the subject property is, it is to the west of Weber Island, just south of Bone Island, and kind of southeast of Ship Island. It is the subject property located here and within the yellow circle, and it is a through lot with frontage on 2 sides. Again, to give you an overview, the majority of the development is located towards the east side for existing development. I'm just pretty much going to go over some of the comments that were received prior, either at the public meeting or that just came in prior to it. There was comments about a survey not signed and the high water mark was not on-site verified. So a site plan which meets the requirements of the Planning Act and the Township. So this is the site plan that was submitted. They have revised it to ensure that everything was to scale and added additional setbacks. So that was one of the comments that was made as well. So the purpose of the survey or site plan is to confirm the location of the high water mark, which has been done. And this was on-site verified. This was confirmed by the applicant as well as the surveyor. And what we really needed the site plan was to show that yes, this lot is less than 1 hectare, so no, you do not as of right get 2 sleeping cabins, and this is what the site plan does. There is a concern there was a concern about the accessory building with the washroom for size and for future use as a sleeping cabin. So when the applicant originally consulted with the township about their development plans, I believe it was in 2018, they were told that they were allowed to have a washroom in the accessory building, which is why they built their sleeping cabin, this in blue. They did the 107 square feet, so they did not need a building permit, but they did not put a washroom in it because they were told that they were able to have a washroom in this accessory building. However, since then, there was a housekeeping bylaw in order to explicitly list which accessory buildings were permitted to have a washroom. And those are only a sleeping cabin and a detached garage. Since then, the applicant has come forward with their zoning amendment application in order to make this accessory building have a washroom, laundry, and storage. So they don't have a bathroom in this sleeping cabin, so the intent is to use the bathroom in this new building for the sleeping cabin, as well as the existing cottage is only 148 square meters, and there's no room to put another bathroom within it. There was a concern with the total number of accessory buildings. So yes, they do exceed what is permitted, which is why they're in front of you today. However, the impact of the buildings will not negatively impact the aesthetic quality of the waterfront community. There's significant vegetation, and due to the topography, you won't see them. So the proposed sauna is going in the location of an existing shed set back behind a proposed dryland boathouse, so that will buffer any visual impact from that. And then from the shoreline, there is a change in topography as well as existing vegetation. The existing sleeping cabin has minimal view from the water, and you can hardly see this accessory building number 1. They're also proposing the gazebo to be located towards the west side of the property, which has no development on it currently, as well as potentially putting sleeping cabin number 2 in this location. There was comments about the septic capacity. The owner is aware that they need to install an additional septic system for the proposed development, so the sleeping cabin number 2 and accessory building 1, as I have referred to it as. And there was sauna concerns based on the official plan policies. So there is no policies in the official plan in regards to sauna. The zoning bylaw states that a sauna may be considered provided planning approval is received. So the applicant is requesting planning approval for the sauna, as well as they're proposing a 10-meter setback as opposed to 15 meters. So this is included in the application, and the reason for the reduced setback is to utilize the footings from that existing building. So they're going to put it in that same location. The applicant has selected a suitable location for the sauna, and the sauna will be sited behind the boathouse in order to reduce any visual impact, and I believe it's 8 feet by 8 feet. So just to give you a refresher on the topography, so that's the existing cottage, so you can see here in white, and then there's that existing shed that's proposed. So this is standing up from the shoreline, so on the property there is a low spot, so it's standing about here. Up. So this is the area of the proposed boathouse. Potentially, it may shift a foot or two, but this is the general idea on where they want that boathouse, and that's the existing shed that they're going to replace with the sauna. This is the separation between the accessory building 1 and the existing cottage. So again, they can't separate them any further because of this rock topography. So that's why they're requesting that reduced setback in that location. Again, this is looking from the water at the existing development. So you can kind of see a little bit of the cottage and sleeping cabin here. Hard to see with the lights on, but. So the existing cottage, a possible location for that gazebo. However, there was a location possibly on the other side, but still on that west side of the property, so it won't be visible from the water. So this isn't a public meeting, but the applicant is present, and I'm available if you have any additional questions or comments that have come up after the public meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. Dana, you said that there was nothing in the official plan that limited the construction of a sauna. Being that this property is in Cognition, is there not something in the Cognition community plan that restricts the construction of a sauna in a front yard?
Your worship, to Councillor Bocek, there is no mention of sauna in the official plan, so the Cognition community plan has been incorporated into the official plan, and there's no mention of a sauna in the official plan. It's only in the zoning bylaw, which says you may be able to have one, provided you get planning approval to have one in the front yard, which is what the applicant's doing.
So it's not in the official plan, but it's in the official plan bylaw?
The zoning bylaw.
In the zoning bylaw?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Before I wait for somebody else to put their hand up, question for you. The dry land boathouse, if I looked at it, I'm just wondering, would it be allowed, as I presume, setting aside everything else, they would be allowed to build one there per the local zoning bylaw?
Your worship, yes, a dry land boathouse is permitted. I believe it's 30 square meters in Cognition, and it can go up to 0 meters to that high water mark.
And this particular one is how many square meters?
Yeah.
Oh, so it is the full size that is allowed. Okay, thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Just clarification, can you once again point out the septic system, where it is?
Tile bed is right here.
And the distance from that to the either shore, to the, I guess, the eastern shore?
Over 30 meters.
It's over 30 meters to the high water mark.
Yeah, and they'll be proposing a second one, probably somewhere back here, I believe, which will meet 30 meters.
Sorry, a second? Is that what you said?
A second septic system, correct.
So there'll be 2 septic systems? And could I ask why?
The existing septic system, or an expansion to this one, but I believe they were going the route for another one for sleeping cabin number 2 and to have the bathroom.
The second septic system would only be required at the time that if we would develop the second sleeping cabin. The existing septic system can handle the septic load for the existing buildings and the development of the accessory building to include a washroom. So the second septic system or an expansion of the existing would only be required if and when we actually build a second sleeping cabin.
So just as a point of clarification, so if that cabin was built, I'm still trying to understand if it was sufficient size, why would we have two beds on one property? because it sort of implies two residences as well, and why wouldn't we just have one septic system? In other words, mothball the first one.
Their option would be to expand this one, but if they can't expand it in compliance with the zoning bylaw, the other option would be to put in a second system to service the other sleeping cabin, which is not uncommon.
But if they expanded this one, they could service the sleeping cabin now.
Yeah, so they have two options, either expand it or put in a second one.
They really have three options. They could expand the one, they can construct another one, or they could mothball the first one and build a bigger one at the back.
But our bylaws allow for two septic systems on the property.
Yep, there's no limitation. We don't have a bylaw that deals specifically with number of septic systems.
Okay.
You're allowed multiple systems on the property. But as soon as it triggers the more than 10,000 liters, then you're in a
So I do have a couple of other, and that is, A, I've mentioned this many times, but I'm going to mention it again. I think it's important when council's considering something like this, that they can make a site visit. And this is the middle of winter, and I'm not going out there on a skidoo, so I don't feel safe. And so I'd like to be able to make a site visit, and at the moment I can't. So I would prefer, rather than approving this, that we defer it until such time as we can actually make a site visit. So that was my one point. And I realize that there's a number of requests here which, you know, are exceeding what is allowed in the area, and would be helpful for me to see the site to maybe help me appreciate why there might be some mitigating factors. But that not being, if that were not the case, the other thing I think we need to remember is that we've had rulings in the past at the OMB, in the case it was OMB versus LPAT, and that is that the OMB has ruled on occasions where if an applicant can comply with things like setback or number of structures, etc., but this simply does not want to, then the variance is not minor in nature and would be denied. So I just, and the case was called Torrance Perks, and oh, we've got a distraction here, I'll wait. It's warm in here, I agree. So I just want to point out that you know, one of the beauties of being able to visit a site is, we'll wait till this is finished. Are we done now? It was exciting. Yeah, I just think it's important for us as councillors and committees of adjustment, et cetera, to be able to visit a site. So that's, I'm not trying to hold up somebody's work and getting their project completed, but I think it's fair that we should be able to visit the site. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Once again, I understand what's going on here, and I understand the concept of, you know, put a new cabin in with the bathroom, you're gonna need additional septic capacity, but we're already looking at an increase in septic load by virtue of the shed expansion. And I'm just wondering, is the tile bed currently approved, and do we have MOE approval on it for the additional capacity that will be required to carry? And how old is that approval?
Yeah, I think it was, I think it was 2003. I'm not entirely sure. We do have I do have it in my files. I don't offhand remember when it was built, but yes, it is a well, relatively new by some standards in the area.
By our age standards, yes.
Well, and by the age of some of the cottages in the area, and by the age of our cottage, it's the tile bed and the septic system is much more recent than the cottage itself, and it has the capacity to support the cottage and the additional plumbing units in the accessory building, which would be the washroom. So that is all. The existing septic system can handle that. The only place where additional septic capacity would be required is if and when we were to develop a second sleeping cabin.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, just to follow up then, and I appreciate the fact that's an older cottage and you're trying to maintain it that way, and that's probably why you need the accessory structures. So I think I understand the concept here. I too, like Councillor Cooper, would love to have the opportunity to go and have a better look at this place, and circumstances currently are not, would prohibit that unless it went up by helicopter. And I'm not sure who's paying for that, but I don't think I can expense it. So let that one lie. So my other question was, as brought forward by the letter from the CCA, is a possibility if down the road an accessory shed that has been set up with plumbing facilities could be not necessarily by the current owner but by a future owner converted to living quarters. And I want to know how that would happen, or what would happen, or what the process would be there. And two, the current proposed sleeping cabin that's in blue on that on the survey there, once it's been built, what are the allowabilities with regards to expansion of that currently small, granted, sleeping cabin? I believe you can, or we are allowed to expand the size of building a certain amount after the fact, or before the fact, or without having to come to council for approval. I just want to know where we are on that.
Through your worship to Councillor Jarvis. So, and we'll start with the first comment about could a future owner use this accessory building 1, as I've been referring it to, as a sleeping cabin. You can't predict what somebody's going to do in the future, but it would come down to an enforcement thing. So if there was a complaint that somebody is using this as a sleeping cabin, planning would have to go out and enforce that, and they would have to turn it back into what its intended use was. Can they expand the existing sleeping cabin? Provided they're within the criteria of the zoning bylaw, then yes, they would be able to enlarge that building up to 56 square meters, provided they meet all their setbacks, lot coverage. If council's concerned about that, you could always add into your resolution that the existing sleeping cabin can't be expanded, and that they could only build the new one up to 56 square meters.
Thank you. Well, once again, I would really like to have the opportunity to go and see the property. Thank you.
There are extensive pictures here too, if you'd like to.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. Obviously, somebody's been out to have a look at this property, the surveyor, and was there planning staff that had gone out to this property?
Yep, I went out to the property.
Okay, so the pictures provided and everything is verified through our planning staff?
Yep.
Okay, so the site visit to me, I sit both on the Committee of Adjustments and Council, and site visits are effective. They are something that we rely on to base our opinions on, but not necessarily the final criteria that we need. So in a case like this, I think the diligence has been done. I'm not looking myself, not speaking for anyone else, I'm not looking for a deferral on this based on the fact that we've not been able to take a boat out and have a look at this property. I think I'm satisfied with what I've seen and what the application is implying, that I can make a decision whether to support this or defeat this today without me doing a site visit. Thank you.
I'm going to inquire, what I find interesting, because it came up in the last meeting and at this meeting as well, is that the sleeping cabin, the proposed new sleeping cabin and or septic change is some project somewhere down in the future, not planned the next, I presume, year or two.
Correct. Yeah.
And I'm just wondering whether council, because I know I would, have more appetite for approving this, because I don't feel, personally don't feel the need to go out for a site visit, because I think I see enough from the pictures. But if we were to approve this without the second sleeping cabin, I'd have less difficulty myself in making that approval, and whether or not we want to consider approving it now, and that if Mr. Keddy later on wants to put a second sleeping cabin in, he'd be forced to come in front of council one more time, but at least have allowed the building, the current proposed building to take place. I don't know if anybody wants to comment on that, but I'll just throw that out there, because I know it's crossed my mind.
Yeah,
and I'll let you comment first, because you probably want to throw darts at me.
So that is an option that council has. However, it would be up to the owner applicant if they want to have that removed, or if they want you to make a decision on the entire application as submitted. So I will leave that up to Mr. Keddy.
Well, the reason that I'm requesting the approval for the second sleeping cabin now was to avoid having to come back a second time down the road and the additional cost involved with that. And that I don't think any, you know, if you are comfortable approving the application without the second sleeping cabin as it stands now, then I think from what I was told originally in my discussions with the planning department and et cetera, was that the shortcoming on the size of the lot to allow the second sleeping cabin is so minute. We're literally 30 square meters short of 1 full hectare, which would by right allow the second sleeping cabin, that part of the process was more or less a formality. And so that's why I chose to include it now, so that could avoid having to come back if we get to that point down the road. This is not something that we're struggling to come up with the finances to rebuild the existing structures that we're talking about replacing, only because they're melting into the ground from a property that we've only owned for a few years. And so any second sleeping cabin development would be somewhere well down the road.
Well, and I respect that. But I guess too, the other concern I had, and I'm going to go throw it back to council in a moment, the other concern I had was that with the accessory structure having accessory one, I think you call it, having a washroom in it, and, you know, this concern that has been expressed that, you know, that what's the difference between a storage or a bunk in the other part of the building. If we approve that shed and somebody else chooses, a later owner or somebody else in your family later on chooses to convert that to a bunkie, we're at that point, we're still only one building over, I think, the total allowed, and then that includes the gazebo, which I'm a little less concerned about. But anyway, I'm going to throw it out to council for comments further, and I see Council Cooper followed by Council Jarvis.
Well, I was going to suggest, I think it's a good suggestion in terms of the proposed sleeping cabin, except that I was going to suggest that I fully understand that you wouldn't want to incur another expense, and I think we could waive. My suggestion would be that we'd waive the fee the second go around, because you've already presented this concept today, but come back when and if you decide that you want to proceed with the second cabin. So that would be my suggestion.
And I'm in favor of that sort of idea as well. My only further addition would be for us to put a restriction on that, the smaller cabin that you've got on the site plan here, so that we didn't have any expansion there in the future, and I think that probably could be accommodated. I'm just curious, from a planning perspective, obviously, the thinking right now is if that second cabin were to come forward to council, or if you decide to build it, you'll need additional septic capacity of some sort. Would they have to come to, would the owner have to come to council for that additional septic if and when it comes forward?
Worship, no, they would not. If they can comply with the zoning bylaw, they'll just get a building permit.
Sorry, I don't know how the owner feels about a restriction on that. The cabin, the blue one is what I'll call right now, for sake of argument, if we had a restriction on any expansion of that cabin, if that's would be an issue or not.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about deferring removing the second sleeping cabin from the discussion, then I would question why we need to have a restriction on potentially expanding the one existing sleeping cabin. Other than a restriction to not put washroom facilities in it or something, because we're putting it in the accessory building, I certainly could understand that. I mean, the genesis and the process that happened here is this ought to be explained, is that when we spoke to the planning council and talked about what we wanted to do, we were told that under the current guidelines at the time, yes, no problem, you can put the washroom in that accessory building. So we went ahead and built the small 10 by 10 so that we could do it quickly without having to because the accessory building has a reduced setback, it was going to be a minor variance and have to go through the process. We wanted to get something up quickly, so we did a small building, no permit required, and with the understanding we could put that washroom in the accessory building. Then the bylaw was amended, which then prevented us from doing that. So we actually presented our minor variance application based on all that, only to learn at the time of submitting that application that, sorry, the bylaw has been amended since we had this discussion. you can't do it anymore. So that's the genesis of this. There's no hidden agendas here in terms of what we're doing with that building. And I do take a bit of exception to people trying to surmise what somebody's intentions are for a building. You can take that 30 square meter dryland boathouse and say, well, that's too big. I don't like it because I think someone's going to make a sleeping cabin out of that. Well, the bylaws allow it to be built. We can't disallow it just because we're worried someone might break the law later and use it inappropriately.
Councilor Bochek.
Pretty much my comments were just spoken here, that this council and councils of past have always taken the stance that we're dealing with criminals and dealing with people of deceit, and that as soon as we give an approval, they're going to run out and buy some drywall and fix it up the way they want. That's not the way I think. And that goes for basements and bunkies and small buildings and everything else. We can't surmise what they're going to do after we give the approval. We can only trust that what they've applied for, they're going to carry out and conform with. So I'm not one that's willing to say that we need restrictions on this little blue building, because if he wants to expand it, all he has to do is go get a building permit and ask if he can expand it, and if they say yes, then it can be done. So yeah, I'm not a fan of calling people guilty of doing something because the ability is there to do it in the future. Doesn't mean they're going to do it. So if it's the will of council that they want to remove this bunkie from this application, and that he would have to come forward for approval of that at a later date, I think Councillor Cooper's, I don't know if we can change the rules on the fly, but I think his idea of waiving the fee for an amendment to the application for that bunkie, I see this whole project myself as a go and don't have any issues with it. I don't need to go see the property. I think what we're seeing is the truth, and nobody's trying to pull the wool over our eyes here. Our planning department has been out to see it as well too. So myself, if it's the will of council to remove that bunkie, that's what they want to do to make this application go forward. Use Councillor Cooper's suggestion that we waive the fee in the future if they want it. I'm fine with that. I'm fine either way. I'm going to support this application. I just thought I'd let council know that I'm willing to work.
I'm going to throw one other alternative out there, because I will admit to you, the waiving of the fee in some indefinite time in the future makes me a little nervous.
Yeah, it's kind of making the rules up as we go.
I'll just
You can
respond
interrupt,
on that.
absolutely.
The only way that the council can consider waiving a fee is the application would be made with the fee provided, and then council could consider a request to refund the fee at a subsequent point in time. That's the process, so.
I'm just wondering, as an alternative to that, approve it, let me call it as is, but add a restriction to the existing sleeping cabin that it cannot be expanded, nor have a washroom added to it. Then we don't have to worry about having too many washrooms, because part of the explanation was it was built small because the washroom was going to be next door. So I'm just wondering, as an alternative, and I'm trying to make people comfortable here, approve the application as is, but add in a little comment that no expansion or washroom to be added to the existing bunkie. And you're going to comment on that.
We can certainly update the if that's the desire through the resolution. The resolution can state that the maximum size of that first sleeping cabin is X, and we put this 10 by 10, so 100 square feet. If that's where we want to go with it. Obviously, at some point in time, if the applicant wanted to consider a larger second sleeping cabin, they could apply through the process to do that. But if what you're suggesting is let's call a spade, and what he's proposed on the screen is what you want to approve today and no further expansions, then yeah, that's a consideration.
I'd just like to comment that for the most part, A site visit is not because I don't trust what's going on here. I do feel, though, that we have given the responsibility to our Committee of Adjustment and to our council with respect to planning applications, and even though I can look at pictures, it's quite a different thing to be on site, and so if we can't visit the site, and it would be helpful in our considerations, then we should be able to visit the site, is my view. So I'm probably, after visiting the site, would be very comfortable with what's going on here, and the last suggestion was very good, but I still believe that site visits are warranted when any of our members of a committee feel they should attend. And otherwise, why do we have site visits? We get pictures with all our applications, and we get pictures from the planning staff at the Committee of Adjustment. We get pictures here at council, but many times our members of the council and or the Committee of Adjustment do go out and visit the site. There's snow cover right now. We can't see the lay of the land, so that's the other issue, even if we could go out there at this time of year. And I think it's important to get the feel for the property, and that's part of our job. So that's my only concern is the timing. Thank you.
Did anybody have their hand up? I wasn't sure if you...
No, I have no problem approving this application. This will be under site plan control, so that sleeping, that 10 by 10 sleeping cabins under site plan control, so they can't do anything anyway, unless they come back and ask for a change to the site plan control. So I think that's covered off that way, is it not?
Your Worship, just in terms of the process, they could apply, like, if it's, yes, it's under site plan control. There's minor modifications can be made to site plan control agreements without a reapplication, so to speak. And site plan control for these would not come back to council. The only reason, so if you're okay with the cabin and being expanded potentially in the future, we don't know, then you can pass the bylaw as is. If you want it to come back to council in the future for if there's going to be a larger cabin or an expansion, then you would want to include it in that restriction in the bylaw right now. I'm just providing you with your two.
Councillor Hazelton.
Jamie, could you just refresh our memory? You passed a site plan control bylaw recently that allowed people to modify their buildings without having to trigger a change in the site plan. What were the criteria that would have been relevant and therefore could be applied here?
Your Worship, that's what I was speaking to, is that he wouldn't have to come back to council and wouldn't have to make the application. I think it was, I don't have the number on the top of my head, but I think it was 50 square meters. What's deemed to be minor, and this would be considered minor.
Councillor Wojcik.
So, just a question of clarity as far as massing and density on this property. The applicant stated that if this property had been 30 square meters more, we wouldn't even be going through this process, that everything would pass because he's exceeded or met the criteria?
Through your worship, to Councillor Wojcik, if they were 30 square meters bigger, they wouldn't need approval to have a second sleeping cabin. They would still need the approval to have the number of accessory buildings that they're proposing and the washroom in accessory building 1. It would just be that request that would be removed.
Okay, that's what I need the clarity on. Thank you for offering that.
Councillor Jarvis.
Again, it's just a question of process. I think I'm having trouble understanding how we are allowing or permitting through this process the second sleeping cabin without having an idea of how the septic will be accommodated in the same time. But further to that, I understand from what you said that that the property owner, if we approve this as is, would not be coming to council for the septic, but he would have to come to the planning department to have that septic approved. And would there be a fee involved on his behalf to have that septic approved?
He would be subject to the building permit fee.
Right, which would be separate to the cabin. If as per earlier discussion, we said let's shove that second cabin aside for the time being and have him come in for an application later on for the cabin and have that come in at the same time as a septic system, which makes more sense to me just from the standpoint of process, because here we are approving a cabin with a washroom in it and no septic, correct? Right now, the cabin as is, the second cabin, is gonna be approved with washroom facilities in it, but no septic.
We're approving him, we would be approving that he could go to the building department with a plan, and the building department would then look at that plan, whether it meets the building code, and if, assuming that the current septic couldn't handle it, he would have to get permission to, one way or another, handle the extra.
Like I said, it's a question of process. Okay, thank you.
All right, we've bounced around a little bit here, and I think we have in front of us a couple of choices. One is to approve as is, full stop, or the second one is to approve, but narrowing down the restriction a little bit by perhaps saying that the existing sleeping cabin can't be expanded and/or can't have a washroom added to it. Councillor Cooper.
Third option would be approve after a site visit.
That would be called a deferral.
Sorry, Your Worship, I believe that the applicant has to agree to those terms because it's his formal application. If he does not agree to those amendments, then council needs to make the decision as it lies.
Okay. Bocek.
So we've heard one councillor's opinion on that, and I don't think we should base our decision based on that. And if you're looking for a consensus from council which way we're moving on this, I would not move for a deferral. And I would not move for an amendment to the application.
Okay. Councillor Jarvis.
Again, if the property owner is amenable to the restriction on the cabin, I'm probably okay with the rest of it, but I do think that we need to insist for future applications, and I'm again with Councillor Cooper on this, that we really do need to have the ability to go out and have a look at these places. But having said that, I'm okay if we can put the restrictions on as they are, as you suggested.
I'd caution you to wish too strongly that we're trying to restrict people who can make applications, because per the Planning Act, anybody can apply for anything. Yeah, at any time. Councillor Cooper.
I can approve this today and will, but I concur with the comment that in the future, we need to be able to visit these sites. And I don't know how we fix that process, but it needs to be fixed, as far as I'm concerned. And perhaps we need to get advice from our planning committee, take that issue to the planning committee, and maybe that could be part of our recommendations.
But I suggest to you that we'd also have to go to the province, because the province says that anybody can make an application for anything at any time.
They can, but we
don't have to approve
it.
it.
Defer it.
No, we don't have to even respond to, we have to respond to the application, but if you read the rules, it says you have a whole bunch of criteria, and if you don't meet one of them, which is a site visit, we're not forced, there's no 30-day rule, just respond in 30 days. So I'm suggesting that we get to that issue. Thank you.
And the only comment I would make to that is that in this process for myself, I did arrange with the planning department to do that site visit because I knew that time was short as the season was closing, and made those arrangements. So as you say, if that was a publicly understood requirement, then people could plan ahead for that. Once the application is submitted in November and boat access is no longer practical, then to have that delayed until April or May, when the snow is clear, that would need to be communicated in advance to people.
Would you have any interest in modifying your application that say that the current sleeping cabin remains as is? That'd be one of the restrictions.
Well, I guess when you polled the councillors,
I know we're at a 50-50 here.
I got the impression that we had support for approving it as is. So if that's the case, I certainly would prefer to do that to avoid any future complications.
Okay. I'm going to read the motion. Be it resolved, the council receives Development Service Report 2020-19 and enacts bylaw 2020-007, being a zoning bylaw amendment regarding lands located at 2 Island 1800 Georgian Bay in Cognoscene. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I make 6. In spite of all the discussion, you got it. Well, it was good discussion. I'm going to suggest that we break for lunch, and we reconvene in half an hour at 1 o'clock because we have a report from the OPP at that point, and I don't want to mess with the police. The trouble is when Councillor Cooper leaves.
Leans back, I can't know how the seat is, but now he's left forward, he's there. Who's there? Cooper. He leans back to hide behind here, and I don't think intentionally, because
I've noticed that of you when you start leaning back behind me.
Okay, let's call this meeting back to order at 1:04. And our first item on the list now is a presentation from Joe Evans, who's the now extended interim inspector. Is that the right title?
It is, that's my rank, your worship, yes.
Okay, so thank you. I apologize, not quite catching that. Inspector Evans, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, your worship, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me here. Just give you a quick briefing on myself, just because you don't know me and I don't know any of you folks. So I am a retired military member. 18 years in the military. I spent traveling all over the world, initially as a mechanic and then as an instructor of military tactics. And then I started instructing the OPP in around 1997. Their specialty teams in CFB Borden, where I was a drill commander there. And from that came an application to the force, and I filled out the application, just thought I might as well. And in 1999, they hired me on as a constable with the Ontario Provincial Police. So I did 18 years, 17 years, 9 months with the Canadian Armed Forces, and now I'm in my 21st year as an Ontario Provincial Police Officer and the rank of Inspector. So I live in Tiny Township, and it just worked out that normally I work the operations center, so I look after the entire province when I'm on duty in the headquarters on the 3rd floor. It's kind of a dry job compared to being at a detachment, so I enjoy getting out and seeing you folks and hearing what you have to say. So I'll move on with the 2019 OPP annual report for Georgian Bay, and I'll explain it as I go along. So what's new? As your worship had just stated, detachment commander interim position remains interim, while Inspector Ferguson is an acting superintendent currently in the Chief Firearms Office in Aurelia. So he's the bureau commander, acting bureau commander there. Community Street Crime Unit, I'll go into this a little bit more further down, but they, of course, it's exactly what it says it is, community street crime, anything from street crime, which is the majority of the reason that we have criminal code offenses. We've had some officer movement there, and it's on the positive side. Report online system. So what we've done in Central Region is one of our superintendents there enjoys the media aspect of things. He's very technological. Oh, perfect. And there, as you can see. So he thought that we would do better, because everybody and their brother owns a cell phone now, that we would do better with online reporting. So anything that is not an emergent call for service will be done via, if the people require, to actually email in and put in a complaint, and then officers will still be contacting them to follow up and do the investigation over a phone line instead of having officers attend. So it's better service for the people of the province, or correction, of Central Region. 911 hang-ups. Last year we had an astronomical increase in the calls for service for 911 hang-ups. As you know, everybody, when they look at your cell phone, the smartphones don't have the old flip type shut. So what's happening is we're getting pocket dials, which has increased our calls for service astronomically. When a 911 call occurs, 2 officers, it's a 2-officer call. So what happens is you've got 2 officers, depending on where you are. For instance, if we were to say this area up here, we have an officer that's patrolling this one area. Well, a second officer now has to come from the Midland, Penetang area to come back up. So you can see where, 1, that really stalls the call, and 2, puts the public at danger, because now we've increased our speed of that second responding vehicle. Even if he's got lights and sirens, people don't always pay attention to that because they're texting and so on. So, that was a joke. I know, a little
But
dry.
we're not laughing, that's the scary part.
The thing is, it happens, and that's why we're out there. With the 911.
As I watch Jennifer texting here, so I hope she's not driving.
Yeah, that's right. So what's happened with the 911, we've actually now trained our call takers that receive the calls in our 5 communication centers across Ontario. They're now trained to go through certain items on a checklist to make sure that is this an actual emergency call, or can this be deferred to follow up with a later time? How they do that, I don't know. That's a communication piece, but they are trained, which will allow officers to follow up on more emergent calls for service, and then have officers calling these other people later to say, just for your information, you've pocket dialed us twice this afternoon. I mean, if people are pocket dialing us or calling 911 and we call back their cell phone and they're not answering, chances are it's because it's a pocket dial. We also have different things we can do with triangulation on the cell phones and so on and so forth to see where they're coming from. So if there is cars close by, they do come by anyways, but this is something that will allow us to go to more emergent calls for service. A community street crime unit. So that was 4 officers and a sergeant. When I first became the interim commander here in Southern Georgian Bay, we had acting supervisors for this team, and they weren't producing like they should be able to produce in a target-rich environment like Midland and Penetang. I don't hear so much up here about Georgian Bay Township. However, we did exercise a warrant up here that was successful, and I have that documentation here. So drugs seem to run the world. People want their drugs, so they break in to homes, cottages, cars, whatever they can, and that's what starts that whole crime spree, so that they can have their $150 a day when they sell back to a shop somewhere, where a lot of times when we do our investigation, we'll find the stolen property in some of these pawn shops. So that's what drives this whole crime spree. So with the new officers, we've got 2 new officers that we've just come from detachment. We're training them in the community street crime unit. A month on the job, they've done 3 warrants successfully, having our tactical team up here in Penetang a week and a half ago for a big takedown in Penetang. And you might have seen, if you're driving around, you might see our big armored car that was up here. They actually exercised the use of that just because of the heightened awareness of the call, or the threat assessment that was given, so of stolen weapons. So we didn't get the weapons, we did get which you would have seen on a bulletin that's come out from media. We got some helmets that were stolen at the same time, and some ammunition for the weapons that were stolen. We do know where the weapons are though, so they're being picked up as well. So some of the challenges that I'm giving you is with the street crime unit is what I've just spoke about. With the detachment commander, I don't own the place, so it's really difficult to make changes, because Andrew and I, when we discuss back and forth, we've known each other for years. We policed together down in Guelph prior to him coming up here about 20 years ago. He's asked me to please leave things the way that they are, but I'm kind of an action guy, and I don't sit still very well. So like I said, you will see me. I've already been up in your area here once. I plan on being up to do some foot patrol and shaking hands and talking to people. That's what I do. So those are the challenges that are presented there. And some of the policing challenges, as you know, OPP has had $67 million removed from our budget. That's a considerable amount, and it goes right down, and the biggest hit is on the front line of policing. So we've lost some positions. We haven't lost them, they're just on hold until we get some of that money back. I think it was last week or the week prior, our Commissioner Creek has gone back to the Premier to ask for $25 million. And as you know, anybody that's been watching the news, we've been dealing with multiple protests across the province, which has created astronomical costs for our ERT teams and specialty teams. Not only that, our frontline officers that are sitting in cruisers watching the people across the tracks from that. So really not good bang for the buck, but it's something that we have to do for public safety. I'm going to move into our directed patrol hours, and you'll see that there's a reduction. Well, it's gone down somewhat in 2018, then back up in 2019. This does not reflect, as you see, directed patrol. This does not reflect the amount of patrol that you're getting in your area. There's a lot more patrol in this. This is directed patrol, as in there's a complaint that comes in. This area is known for people running red lights, so on and so forth. We will have a patrol car actually marked down for directed patrol for that area.
But we have no red lights in our in our township.
Okay, so stop signs then. Yield signs, your worship, because we still have to exercise caution. So that's the type of directed patrols that they're talking about here. So, and here's another issue that I've recognized as well when I was in headquarters is we have, every officer completes this document called a DAR, Daily Activity Report. It's something over top of the other 6 hours of paperwork that you do in your shift. So what happens is people put that off to make them MARS, monthly activity reports. So anytime you put something off, what happens is it starts to lose its accuracy. So I have, with all the technology that we have today, and in the cruisers, you can go into any cruiser, frontline cruiser now, black and white, that you can look at them, and because of the modem, and then you can tell exactly where that vehicle was at any time of the day or night. So that tells you when they're on calls, when their buttons are status buttons, we call them on our radio. When you get to a call, when you're answering a call, when you're responding, when your lights are activated, all that shows up on their information. So I said, how come we can't do the DAR and put it onto that? Just offside there a little bit, but that is going on. The office that I work at in Aurelia actually has a board that's 98-inch display that's right close to the commander's desk that I can look at. And I've got any vehicle across the province that I can tell where they are, what direction they're going, how long they've been parked, idling, anything. So it's right there in the technology. So I can reach out to a sergeant on the road and say, how come these two vehicles have been beside each other for a matter of 38 minutes? And he'll say, I don't know, sir, but I'll find out and get back to you. So it does work, and we make sure that our officers are doing their job. Moving on to the crime stats, you've got some astronomical numbers out here in Georgian Bay Township, but we're still working at things. Break and enter, these are the lowest numbers I've seen, by the way. Break and enter is 7, reduced from 2018, that was 9. Theft of motor vehicles, 2. Theft from motor vehicles, 2. Assaults, 4, and that could be any level of assault from simple up to aggravated. Mischief, 5. And if you folks have any questions, by all means, through you, your worship, feel free to ask them. 62, this is where we're starting to get into the numbers there. For the alarms, 62 alarms that we answered. And that could be any type of alarm. 182 calls for service for 911. And that's where we're going with those, the update with the commission, with the communication centers. Impaired and care and control is that the second last file there. There's 6 of those, and calls for service total 183 calls for service. Sorry? What did I say? Oh, sorry, 873. Yes, absolutely. Thanks for catching that. And that's up by 300 almost.
Councilor Jarvis?
Yes, sir. The number of 911 calls, those would be legitimate 911 calls or just any kind of 911 call?
Any type of 911 call that we received.
And then finally, the calls for service, how does that relate to all the other numbers on that chart?
So the calls for service is any call for service we get, whether it be traffic related, whether it be missing person, anything that came from this township adds up to the final.
The 911 calls all of them be included in that calls for service or not?
Yes, they would.
Councillor Douglas.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just wondering, can you tell me what your jurisdiction really is? Because it seems like Bracebridge does.
Bracebridge, so this is just my, and I've only found this out just recently, when I happened to be joined into an email chain for Muskoka District. So my friend from the north, Mike Burton, Inspector Burton, Bracebridge does the north end. So somewhere in here, there's a, and I think it's Gibson Road. Does that make sense?
McDonald River, yeah.
I'm sorry, sir?
McDonald River.
McDonald River is the barrier between the north and the south. So it's still central region, but it, and again, people used to put a lot of weight. When I was on the road as a constable, people put a lot of weight on what side of the highway is that accident on, because that side of the highway I'm not patrolling and this side I am. We don't do that anymore. It's the borderless policing. So even if it'd be the closest cruiser to the call. So as I can see where all the vehicles are located in the province, when I'm in my office, so can the communications center. So when they're looking, they're saying, although we might have to go north of Gibson Road or the river, he'll say, you're the closest to the call because you're sitting in Southern Georgian Bay. It'll be an SGB unit that'll attend the call. And then if it is the call that comes from Bracebridge Detachment, there'll be a unit come back to take over the investigation, just to keep our paperwork and stuff straight. But there will be an officer respond, whether it's our area or not.
You don't have your microphone.
Sorry. And who controls all of it? Is it central? Like the Aurelia?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Who kind of controls the whole? Is it central?
This is all, so Bracebridge is also part of Central Region Command.
Okay, great.
Even when it goes, even if you were to look at Bracebridge going north into West Perry Sound, it'll depending if it's a West Perry Sound call and the Bracebridge unit is closer because they're on the border, they're going to be responding to that call. It works backwards the other way. And the North Bay Comm Center will tee it up with our comm center in Aurelia.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. Yes, sir.
The stats that we're given here for crimes.
Microphone.
If I do it one end, I have to do it the other. It's not a crime.
The statistics we're given here, are they from the Huronia District Detachment, or are they from both Bracebridge and?
No, the calls that we have here are strictly from in our area. That pertains to our area.
To your area.
Even if we were to help on their call for service, that would go to their area for collection of that call for service.
Okay.
And there's not very many of them.
No, I just know that, you know, if because obviously budget concerns are very important.
Absolutely.
And we look at the number of calls as opposed to what we're paying to the District of Muskoka for OPP presence. Here, we look at, you know, the $5 million divided by 873 calls for duty. You can figure out how much it costs for each call, and it can be astronomical. And it's a fight we've had with district over the years, and this information is of tremendous use for us to try and work our budgets out.
Absolutely, it shows where the calls are. And then if you'll, and I think with the email pertaining to this exact thing, is the Muskoka District now has asked for a presentation as well from both areas. So have to dot our I's, cross our T's to make sure people are doing the right thing. Now these numbers they go through something, software called BIQ. It's one of our admin assistants that do it. There's only one that does it for all the different police service boards. And she can't even tell you where the numbers come from because they go through this big grinder, right? Because there's some of these numbers I'm looking at and saying, okay, so if I was to run this on Niche, it comes up different. So Niche is our reporting system. So how accurate are these numbers? And she says, it's as accurate as what you're going to get because that's what we all use. So it would take hundreds of hours to do it any other way. So that's why they use this software. But I've found a couple of little glitches only because they'll put a negative in instead of a positive for the change. And because you look at the numbers, you say, okay, this is simple math. This should be a negative, not a positive. And so there's some of those little typos that happen, but I haven't met anybody that can calculate it as fast and pull the data that we require to come out and give these presentations.
So you would use this data, say, for developing targeted enforcement to areas of problems and things like that?
We also-
That strictly comes off of this data?
No, this is the data that collects it. The data that we use, like for directed patrols, let's say, we'll take that off of niche because there's complaints that are called in and they all get added to niche. So that's our reporting system. This just pulls those numbers and that's what puts it together for us.
Very good, thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you, Your Worship. So we will move on now to, so here's your, whoops, sorry, where were we here? Crime stats for Georgian Bay. Now we're going to go to the clearance rates. So you look at violent crime, and that is at 61.5%. It would be better, of course, the higher the number, the better here. Property crime is at 17%, and drug crime is at 100%. And that's probably because there was maybe one call for drugs up here, and we got them. Yes, sir.
I need clarification. Clearance rate means what?
That's the calls for service, so 61. So out of 100 calls, we would have cleared 61.5 with charges or closed it as it. So the higher the number, the better on that. And you look at Southern Georgian Bay Detachment as a whole. So for violent crime, 66.7. Property clearance, property crime is 15.8, and drugs at 41.4. So you can see almost the difference in the different areas.
Clarification?
Yes, sir.
So if within the Georgian Bay Township, we're at 100% on drug crime clearance.
Correct.
And Southern Georgian Bay Detachment is part of Georgian Bay Township?
Correct.
Why are we at 100% as well then? We're part of that 100%, aren't we?
No, so you're asking for your drugs?
Yeah.
Drug crime, 100%. So then, and then with Southern Georgian Bay Detachment, their clearance is 41.4%.
So wouldn't that contribute to a lower number for Georgian Bay Township as well?
You're getting twisted around.
Yes.
The first one is just our township, the second one is the whole area.
Correct. So that should tell you, sir, that other areas of Southern Georgia Bay are really bad. Yes. Not as good as Southern Georgia Bay. You're welcome. We're going to move on to motor vehicle collisions. 2019, we had one fatality here, sadly. We're trying to stay away from that. 48 property damage and 18, we call them PI, personal injury accidents. That is up from last year. And I would, just looking at this quickly and with my experience, saying that that's most likely speed related. So I'd be looking at the 400 in this case, since you have it going through your area. And we'll move and look at Southern Georgian Bay for the accidents that we've done throughout the year. 644 property damage, 120 personal injury, and 2 fatalities. Moving along to all the charges, and this is where you'll really see some differences over the year from the charges. The major 4: seatbelt, speeding, distracted driving, and impaired operation. You look at seatbelts in 2018, 177, 2019, 110. I have spoken to my NCOs at a meeting just before Christmas when we were looking at putting this together, and I said, there's still people that are driving without their seatbelts, but I said, when I was a young fella on the road, people used to tint people are still tinting their windows, but as police officers, we have to be able to identify the driver and be able to observe that they're wearing their safety harness in there. So I've asked them that either if you can't see that they're wearing their seatbelt, they at least get a tinted window ticket. So that'll increase the numbers further down the page where there's other violations. So they're down, it's down 37%. Speeding is up. And this, I asked them to break it down into the areas so that we could see exactly how many speeding tickets come from our own areas, and that this software won't do that. It takes it as a detachment commander or as a detachment as a whole. So speeding's up almost 500 from last year. Distracted driving way down. Yes, sir?
I have a hard time believing distracted driving is down. Is it just possible that it's just not being observed to the same degree it was?
That's very possible, and again, it's trying to catch them, because you can know that if we see them on their phone, or we think that they're on their phone, and by the time they see the cruiser, I can see them almost better because I drive a plain silver car, and as soon as there's a black and white, people see it. But we've charged people because they think that it's got to be held up here, but they're talking on speaker, and I've had that argument with them, and I said, no, here's your ticket. So I just wrote one before Christmas. So it's still being done. Yes, it is. We just have to catch them.
So anecdotally, how accurate would you consider that? Would you think that distracted driving is actually something that's going up? Just anecdotally speaking.
Going up? I don't believe it's going up anymore. I believe it's actually coming down because the tickets are, they're out. I mean, it also fits the crime because, or the infraction, if you will, because this is the #1 cause of death on our highways now. So there's no, and I've passed that on through the officers as well, because they have to know what my expectations are. My expectations are, listen, if people are talking on their cell phones, it doesn't matter if they've got a car that's worth $1,000, they're getting the ticket, because you know what? If they get in an accident, they're down $1,000. It might be somebody else's life. So do it for the right reason. Yes, sir.
These stats here are charges laid by the OPP, but not people found guilty.
That's correct.
In the court system.
That's correct.
Okay, so that would be important to me, because I know that a lot of prosecutors will change the charge to something less.
Yes.
So the stat doesn't prove itself, especially when it comes to distracted driving.
And you'll see the court numbers below, and then I'll tell you a little bit more about that as we move forward. Yes, sir.
This may be a bit granular, but I'm just curious, and sorry for the ignorance, but when you talk about distracted driving and talking on your cell phone, if I get a call on my Bluetooth through my car, is that distracted driving?
Absolutely not.
So you're talking about holding it, or?
I'm talking about a handheld device, correct?
Right, but if it's I've hit answer on my steering wheel.
You are within the law.
Thank you.
And in saying that, though, and I've done this with myself, I've been in conversation. We have police radios, and you know, we'll be talking on cell phones, radios, and all the rest of it. And I've been talking on both at the same time. But the thing is, we're trained to do it. But when it's happening, I've looked back, and because of we're trained to multitask, you're still missing things.
Mm-hmm.
So even though we're trained, we shouldn't be doing it either. And you're right, I'm on my steering wheel as well, but I'm saying, yeah, just hold on, and I answer the radio, and then, you know, and it depends on who you're talking to. Information coming over the police radio, it's not encrypted, so they're getting all the police stuff, so it depends on who I'm talking to. I might have to hang up just to say, I got some police information here, but going back to what you're saying, you're legal as long as you're not holding it.
Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome, sir. Anything else? Perfect. So we'll move on from distracted. You'll probably see that number up because we have been writing a few of them this year already. So impaired operation, you'll see that that's up, which is troubling because people aren't learning. And it used to be that most of the impaireds were my age, and the young folks weren't drinking and driving. It's like they got the message finally, but now we're starting to pick up the odd, you know, it's troubling because that we're not making our mark there enough. Even though I think I was speaking to Jennifer before we started here, and we've had significant ride, and we usually get impaireds on a lot of those. So they're out there in the roadway. So be very, very cognizant of that when you're driving, or to make sure that you're following, so that you're watching for them because they're not watching for you at that time. When we go into other HTA, which I've spoken about already, you'll see that there's 1,200 tickets there. We're down a little bit from last year. Other CC, So that CC's criminal code driving, that's when someone's been charged with impaired or another criminal offense. They're not allowed to have a license on the criminal side of it, and they're out driving. I think we just got another one just before I pulled in here today. They just arrested somebody on roadside for prohibit drive. So people are driving vehicles that they're not allowed to be behind the wheel. Then of course we have all the insurance acts and stuff like that. We have at the bottom, which is, you know, it's a $5,000 ticket, as the gentleman said on the right view, Your Worship, that, you know, courts. So you get a $5,000 no insurance, drive without insurance, and they're lowering that down to, I don't know what, but it's insignificant compared to the total that it should be.
But you know, you're saying that this past year, 2,200 people were pulled over who shouldn't have been allowed on the road, let alone sober or not, or impaired one way or another. They just didn't have a license.
In our area.
In your area.
Correct.
So when I sometimes wonder about people on the road, whether or not they're licensed to drive, it's actually a legitimate question.
It's a very legitimate question.
I'm sorry, but that scares the hell out of me.
If you were to see my shift briefing reports, Your Worship, that I get on daily, it's probably, if it's not every other day, it's really close to that. They've taken 2 or 3 people that are suspended from driving, and they've either arrested them or charged them with that on the roadside. Yes, and we actually have a special vehicle just on an offside here. It's called an ALPR car. It's automated license plate reader recognition, and it's got 2 cameras on it. You've maybe seen it driving around, and within a nanosecond, literally called a nanosecond, your car plate will come in, and within a nanosecond it tells you if the driver's licensed, if there's insurance on the car, if it was reported used in any type of crime, if it was speeding. It tells you everything, and that's we use that quite a bit.
As long as it's not the new plates.
Yeah. Well, we're working on that, Your Worship.
Another 25 million.
I know my wife is retired OPP, and when we drive, we always do the license plate thing just to keep us sane while we're driving up the road in our own personal vehicles. But I can't even read the. I blame it on my glasses. I'm saying I don't know. I'm not picking up the numbers, or the digits. But anyways, she always beats me anyway. So the total charges, as you can see, 2019 is 8292, so just about 8,300 over 7,800 from the year prior. So we're up a little bit there. People still aren't learning. We could write the same people the same ticket almost every day of the week. You'll see the arrests from 2019, 1,330 arrests. The ADLS suspensions, those are your administrative driver's license suspension for after you're impaired. That's what we give you on the side of the road. We take your license. 26 of those in 2019. Traffic stops, 7,500. Patrol hours, and this is where I spoke about directed patrol off the beginning. You'll see that the patrol hours from last year were 1,363 to over 15, almost 15,900 from this year. So you can see that's the normal patrol that officers are doing. Court hours, 1,966 court hours last year for our court officers. And I think just before Christmas I spoke with the Crown, and within Central Region they are already putting court trials into November of 2021. So that's how far behind as we are in our courts. So we all go by our notebooks, so it's imperative now we're talking about proper or better note-taking for officers, because within that length of time, so from the time I've arrested you, charged you, released you, I won't see you in court for over a year. So it causes real concern for us police leaders to say, hey guys, you got to really make sure that you're doing up quality notes, because you're not going to have time. Keep in mind that Southern Georgian Bay is one of the highest, busiest detachments, highest calls for service in the province since we've taken on Midland. So it's been a real grind. So trying to keep our officers, and of course we don't have we've got 97 officers, but we're not working at full strength. We're down 7% right off the bat due to budgetary costs and restraints. And then we have also have people that are accommodated off work for other things, right? Parental and so on and so forth. So we're working at reduced, and the officers are pretty busy. They're still grinding away really, really well. So I got to pat them on the back for that. So that's our court officer. Our auxiliary program, I'm sure that you're aware of. We have 15 auxiliary members in Southern Georgian Bay. We received 3 in April of 2019 and 1 further in July. I'm sorry?
Your clicker.
Oh, I'm sorry. I usually have somebody taking care of that. Jeez, Jennifer. No, I didn't take me long to get to know her, eh? Okay. There's 15 auxiliary members, as I said. There's 3 of them that we updated in April and 1 further one in July. So these folks have done a total of approximately 233 hours a month. There is no pay for this, however, so they're strictly volunteer. It almost totaled just short of 2,900 hours for the year. So that's really speaks really well for the auxiliary program. These folks attend annual training. They are trained in firearms, however, they do not carry a firearm. They're recognized by the band on their cap and a light blue shirt and the name plaque of auxiliary across their chest and back. But they're great people for the use of community parades and so on and so forth. If we have a bad accident where we have to close the roadway for a long time, instead of having an officer that's costing us $65 an hour, we'll have a volunteer that wants to come out, sit in a cruiser with the lights going, because normally they're not allowed to operate a motor vehicle or a police vehicle with the lights activated. So they'll be able to sit in there, and they just want to be part of this team, and it's great. It also helps us as a commander. It helps me look at better visibility and usability of my vehicles across the province, across the detachment area. So we are supposed to double up at 10 o'clock at night, 2,200 hours. We have rules and protocols to have officers double up. So on a busy weekend, if I have auxiliaries that sit in the cruisers with officers, I keep all my cars on the road. So that's what we try to do during the summer, during busy times. And the officers have to have, or supposed to have, the auxiliary officers are supposed to have 15 hours monthly to volunteer. Otherwise, they're looked at as you're not keeping up with your requirement. So most of them will give that plus trying to get out, and they love riding along. They get to know the officers better, so they'll ride with the same officer frequently. And when I was on the road as a constable myself, I always had an auxiliary on weekends with me because I didn't want another cop. Some guys say, oh, don't do anything tonight, Joe, just drive around. And like I said, I'm an action guy. I think it's because my mom was French. I got to, I can't sit on my hands. I got to do something. Might as well write notes. So there we go. Like I said, these folks are a tremendous service to all the communities that they help out in Southern Georgian Bay. We'll move over to police waterways. Oh, the picture didn't come up. Okay. So there's a picture of the Thomas coffin there, but so it was really when I first came here and I was getting a kind of a brief up on the detachment area. I asked, well, how much water do we police? And they said, well, that's about 2/3 of the detachment is actually the water. So we have a full-time marine unit here in Southern Georgian Bay. 1,200 square kilometers of water is what we police. We have 12 members and 4 full-time members, and they conduct this enforcement and patrol using 5 different vessels, ranging from 14 to 32 feet in length. They enforce a number of relevant legislation, which includes Criminal Code of Canada, the Canadian Shipping Act, small vessels regulations, and the Vessels Operation Restricted Regulations, Trespasser Property Act, and number 1 is probably the Liquor License Act. So just because we live here in tiny My wife and I just purchased a boat from Georgian Bay Yamaha over here. And so I went and talked to because I've never done any marine, because where I policed, there was only one lake, so we didn't get out on it very often. And I didn't have that instruction, course instruction, so that I could get out with them anyway. So I just stayed to the road. However, I went and spoke to them about, hey, listen, I bought a boat. What's the rules and regulations on alcohol? So they said, well, do you have a head? And I said, yeah, I got a head. Like, I don't speak Navy. So I was Army when I was in the military. So he said, no, a head is a washroom. And then you have to have like the taps and running water. And I said, no, I don't have that. He goes, don't bring alcohol on your boat. So I've already been cautioned as a detachment commander not to have alcohol on my boat. So I'm okay with that. A lot of times, I got a question this morning in Penetang saying, we saw the boat leaving late October and heading out into the water. He goes, there's no other ships on the water. What are you guys doing? And I said, they go out and they do cottage checks. So they'll go out and they'll actually, before the boats come out in December, they're out doing all the cottage checks, looking for security, making sure nobody's out, and they'll tag all the doors, check all their outbuildings to make sure if they do have snowmobiles. And we just had a snowmobile that was stolen last week, I believe, from an outbuilding on one of the islands. But that's what they're doing. They don't just drive around and in the vessels enjoy the water. They're actually working. They're doing foot patrol on the islands and so on. Yes, sir.
Since I'm one of those few cottages that hangs out until late October, do you actually come around to all cottages and tag them? I was unaware of this.
Yes, what they'll do is we get requested to go out to certain cottages, but we will be, now this is what they told me anyways. They said that they will be out and they'll be doing foot patrol in the cottages, looking in the cottages, making sure that there's no broken windows, B&Es, and the same thing in the wintertime for snowmobile patrol. That they're supposed to be doing that. If they're not, please advise me.
Well, I would argue it's impossible for them to do the thousands of cottages out there. So
Oh,
they're
no.
obviously very selective.
Well, they'll go to, well, it could be very selective, Your Worship, but whether they've had issues in the past, I know is it President Island? I don't know all the island. That they're out on that one because I've seen the paperwork for it, that they tag so many cottages on President Island. So they are attending some, if not all. You're right, there's a lot of cottages. But, and I haven't asked them if they do them all. I just said, what were you guys doing on the boat today? We're checking cottages, sir. Okay.
I'll give you my cottage number, you can ask them.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Yeah, there are thousands, so.
I bet there is.
And many of them are in separate islands, but in any event, I haven't seen any tagging, but it's interesting to hear that this is being done. Just a quick question in terms of geography, because maybe I missed it, but could you articulate the geography for the Marine unit? I'm sure it's the same, more or less the same geography as your region, but is it 12 Mile Bay to Wasaga Beach, or where does it start and end along what I'll call the coastline of Georgian Bay?
I would have to get back to you on that because I'm not exactly sure. All I know is that it's 1,200 square kilometers, and there's a picture in the office, in the detachment, that has an outline that kind of says, here is our marine location. So I wouldn't know the bays good enough. I've only been up here for 2 years myself, so.
So just to help me clarify this, it may also be aligned to the land area. So what are your borders from a land area perspective?
So for the land area perspective, we just go down and meet up with Huronia West, then we go all the way up the coast. So it would be, let me see, I'm just trying to, I'm not sure exactly the roadway of our south end. Well, it would start right on we don't do, flows, is it flow? There's
Floss.
Floss, okay, so we don't do floss. That is the dividing line.
Okay.
To come north for Southern Georgian Bay. And then the 400 is our dividing line with the Aurelia.
Okay.
And then I think it's Gibson Road that I have on my map as the dividing line for Bracebridge. So in that area will be
right.
Southern Georgian Bay.
Okay, and on the west side, it would go as far as, in other words,
Well-
past Penetang, but how much further along?
On the west side, you're into water, so I don't know where the line is in the water that goes along.
No, I don't mean the water, but the land. So you don't do Wasaga Beach, or?
No, that's,
How far do you go by land?
right down, so Flo's Road goes down, where Flo Township,
Yes.
where that comes together with Tiny, that's
Okay.
our line of departure there.
Just before Elmville.
Just before Elmville.
Okay.
It is just before Elmville, yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome,
Helping
sir.
me picture it.
You're making me think, because I don't get out and know all the roads, so. Perfect.
So, just a comment. I'm interested that your team goes out in the water in the late season. I've never seen them in the late season, but that's irrelevant. Pleasant Island is quite a bit south of our areas, and actually south of our township, or at the south end of the township. But one thing that you might want to be aware of is cottage associations starting in Honey Harbor going up the shore generally have winter patrol that they provide through their cottage association. There are also independent contractors that provide winter patrol up in that area because we are all generally remote cottagers and are all sensitive to what happens when we're not there. So it would be perhaps useful to make sure that there's not a lot of overlapping activity going on. Not that we don't want you coming up, but I'm just thinking that, you know, if there's other ways in which we could use those services, perhaps I would say that there's perhaps a lack of police presence in the summertime.
In the summertime?
In the summertime, when we would
Okay.
want it on the water. I see the boat parked at the marina almost all the time. So just trying to figure out how we leverage the right services when, you know, at the right time of year. Because I would suggest that if your team are in fact up in Honey Harbor and North in the off-season, that's probably a replication of service. Maybe we don't need to do that from a police standpoint. Maybe let's redeploy that available service in the summertime. And anyways, just some thoughts.
No, it's some of the, and you're speaking more to the security of the cottages and so on, because I don't know of any other, who else can actually enforce the laws that we enforce. So unless you're speaking to M&R or something like that.
No, we have both private services and cottage associations who contract with people who go out and inspect the properties.
Okay.
Check to see if there's broken windows. It's basically identify and report strategy.
Okay, good.
And so they don't try to enforce anything, but they identify and report, and then actions may follow up from there.
Okay. Are they, do any of the officers that you know of with the OPP sit on any of those associations or attend the association
I'm
meetings?
not aware of any. No.
Okay. Well, I see that as a potential issue right there, that if they're having these meetings, that we should be invited so that we can speak to anything, and so that would prevent that overlapping of, and you want some overlap. I would think that we want some overlap. But for the water, you're saying that you see the vessels parked. There's only 4 full-time people, so one of those full-time people have to go out with one of the part-time people. We don't have the boats going, and the majority is going to be through the weekend because they have to have their time off as well. So we do have, we try to have as much visibility as possible when we're out in the water. Last year there was 230 calls for service is what they answered to out there. So that's quite a bit, I would say, for during the marine season. 230 calls for service. Go ahead, sir.
So let me share just one very quick good story.
Okay.
I'm out driving on a Friday night, picked up my kids and the grandkids, and we get pulled over. And the police gave us 2 T-shirts for the grandchildren saying, "I got caught wearing my life jacket."
Yeah, absolutely.
What a great experience.
And I think it was Constable Hobson that initiated that whole piece, because he's such an advocate of the marine side of things. Yes, ma'am. I'm glad to just to close up with you, sir. I'm glad that we were able to do something good, because a lot of times it's not that way, so.
So I'm really happy to hear that, because I have been asking for that kind of service to hit all areas on the lakes. I have been a marine officer in another country, and I can tell you we went much further with positive reinforcement than what we're getting right now, and some of the reports back to me anyways. Unbelievably negative. So,
Sorry?
unbelievably negative. So I'm really happy to hear this.
Oh,
Yeah.
with us, you mean?
Yep.
Unbelievably, that our officer, and what are some of the negative
Well,
pieces?
just, opposite to this. Heavy-handed with the kids, rather than support, you know, like that kind of support. And I mean, I'm so happy to hear this. I can't even believe it. That's the first time I've heard this.
We do have to, I mean, we do have to, it's our job to enforce the laws, but there's a way to have that community shared piece as well, and it's important. As you say, I am one that's now had some conversation with some of the officers to say that community piece, and I'll tell you the base of it was different areas want to put up the radar signs so that if you're speeding, automatically your speed shows up, but you're also on radar, and that is a photo radar piece that is allowed now. They're starting to open up around the area in Ontario, and Hamilton's actually trying it right now, but so a different area was looking at that, and I tried to talk them out of it just for that reason. I said, that totally takes away from the community piece, and we need officers that are out walking, that are talking, that can give them a verbal saying, hey, that's not a good thing to do, and you need to do this because it can cost you not only your life, but it can cost you in your pocketbook as well. So stuff like that, I totally agree, but I know the four main Marine officers, and there's one that I would say, geez, I don't know if I'd like to get stopped by this guy, but the other three are all laughing, joking, so they obviously like their job.
Which is really good, and
Yeah.
I think that this is a good opportunity to be able to put some of that out to you guys.
Absolutely.
Because we don't get to meet you personally,
Mhm.
really discuss some of that, but we see a lot of it on the lakes, and I have to say that, you know, as having the experience that I have, I know that education and not quite so, I understand you have to enforce the law. I understand that. However, that will go so much further.
Well, we did have a lot of that last year, and again, it was from Constable Hobson, I believe, because he sent me I wasn't even here. We just moved up to the area in 2017, so my wife and I both worked with Dave earlier, so he would send us things, and that was one of the things I remember him coming up with. So
I'd love to see that expand right across the other.
I
But anyways,
I apologize, but we have to wind this up because
I'm sorry.
we have to get a closed session in before 2 o'clock, and I'm not sure we're going to make it.
I'm gonna put no.
well, you can blame me, Your Worship, for having that open.
I'm trying to, I think now, though, we just have to get to the end of this, and I apologize, but.
No, absolutely. I'm just about there anyway.
Yeah, with this group, we could go on indefinitely.
Okay. I'll just tie up with the motorized snow vehicle. Bad conditions last year, bad conditions this year. I think we had 200 kilometers of, not including the bay itself, 200 kilometers of trails, and we only got, I think it was 500 plus kilometers last year, and on our sleds, and which is 551 kilometers and 26 patrol hours. This year is going to be even less than that. So we've got actually cars that are monitoring trailheads and doing rides at trailheads just to make sure. All the information, even the death that we just had on the weekend of a 20-year-old in another area, but central region, was alcohol related. So everything that we've had in accidents this year, it all comes down to alcohol. Moving along, where we're headed, 2020 detachment plans, we're starting to work on those hopefully in April. The commissioner's putting it out. We're just tying up on the 2019s for next week. On the 12th, they're due. Community safety and well-being, that's coming around to us. They had their first meeting last week, so police, of course, have a main seat at the table there, and continued community engagement. Like to be part of the community. Like I said, you will see me up and around. I'll tell my best for my Marine staff to sort out and paint some smiles on there. They're out in the boat. They can be in a vehicle if they'd like they'll be a lot happier, and that'll end my presentation, Your Worship.
Well, thank you very much. And with that, I'm afraid we're going to have to move into close for a few minutes before we get to our open one. So I thank you very much for coming. I'm sorry to cut you off, but
Absolutely not.
I'd like to see this run a little bit longer, but we have a few other things we have to get done, I'm afraid. Okay. I won't read the entire going into closed motion because it's all in our agenda, but I'm going to say all in favor? We're going into closed. Thank you. At
I would do it forward. But do we want to, we're recessing. Right, because usually.
Okay.
You came close to getting gaveled.
Okay. Okay, the first motion in front of us, be it resolved the council recess from closed session at 3:05 PM without report. All those in favor? All right. Are you in favor, sir?
I thought we were coming up with a report.
No, because we're going to have a public meeting,
We're-
and then we're going to talk about what we did.
Oh, okay.
All right, it's now unanimous.
Okay.
All right, so now, do I have to read this speech?
Yes, please.
Okay. This afternoon, there is a public meeting scheduled to stop up and close shore road allowances and public highways. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed road closings being considered. Next, staff will advise the purpose and effect of the bylaw and provide for any other information that is relevant to the applications, and staff will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, public will have an opportunity to speak and provide comments to the bylaws being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address and sign in on the sheet provided. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to the Municipal Act of 2001, Section 25, as amended to deal with the following proposed closing bylaws. Option A, to stop up and close for the purpose of conveying shore road allowance, or option B, to stop and close for the purpose of conveying open public highway. To the clerk.
Notice of this public meeting was published in a newspaper, and notice was sent to the abutting neighbors within close proximity of the property at least 20 days prior to today's meeting. So,
And I think now it's up to you to give us a quick overview of our options.
correct.
Okay.
So, short of reading off all of the parts and parcels, I'm just going to refer to them as, there's option A and option B. So option A includes the North Beach and part of the South Shore. So the North Beach here, highlighted in blue, is part of a shore road allowance that we are looking at transferring, or stopping up and closing, and then transferring, as well as the north half of the South Shore, and obviously the south half of the South Shore, because that's not confusing, will be the promenade to be developed this spring. So those are the pieces that staff are recommending we stop up and close. If we move forward with those, then the east portion of Honey Harbor Road and the south portion of Honey Harbor Road, we do not need to move forward with in any capacity.
Okay.
So how does that sound?
So option A is basically are two properties directly adjacent to the current Delawana property.
Correct.
And the option B are two pieces of the Honey Harbor Road.
Correct.
Okay. And the motion that I'm about to read for council approval, and discuss, or do we want council to discuss beforehand?
Do you want to receive public comments?
Okay, we should. But we should probably share before we ask for public comments.
Correct. Share our.
Yep. In closed session, we discussed the options, and we came to the conclusion that we preferred option A. So what that means is we're going to transfer ownership of portions of land that are directly adjacent to the Delawana, and the piece of the Honey Harbor Road will remain with the township and will remain open. With that knowledge, does anyone in the public wish to comment on this situation? Or ask any questions?
I would.
So the procedure is you have to identify yourself,
Yep.
sign in, and turn on the microphone.
Okay. My name's Rick Kornylo.
Yep. I knew how to do that, but I didn't do it. I write HH Road, and that's Honey Harbor Road. First of all, I'm confused.
Welcome.
October, I've got a bylaw here. It was October 15th, 2019 that was passed and signed and sealed and everything.
And without reading the whole thing, it seems like it says that Part 1, Part 4, 5, and 6, which is the Honey Harbor Road, I guess you called them north and east or west and south, whatever, that they were transferred to the city, and you accepted the transfer, and you wanted to designate them as a roadway, which is longer words here, but hereby establishes and dedicated as part of a municipal highway system, public highway, and named Honey Harbor Road. Yeah, so everybody's familiar with that one, I guess, eh?
Yeah.
So is that a done deal?
The short answer is not, it should be, and now we're going to try to make it, but unfortunately, some of the legal paperwork required to do that wasn't completed correctly.
Okay. Being which?
Well, I can't give you the precise details, 'cause I wouldn't be able to recite them properly. But the paperwork that the lawyers did was not executed correctly, and therefore we need to get that corrected. But if we weren't, because we had a couple of options here, we had to review the options. We've chosen to take what we call option A, or actually our clerk called option A. And therefore, this is all the paperwork is gonna get completed as if everything had worked just fine round one.
Okay. I guess in the notice, it didn't really explain that we had
No.
options,
And I apologize for that, but it was a legal requirement because option B did exist, as one of the things we could pursue, that we had to warn people that it was a possibility, even though, thank goodness, at least I'm being optimistic now, because we haven't cast the final vote. Optimistically, nothing will come of it.
Okay. So this one here that was signed, sealed, and delivered isn't really true then? Okay, I got that.
Well,
It hopefully will very soon be. Like, I don't want to begin to explain to you the frustrations.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I don't, no, he won't.
The Delawana will have no interest in the Honey Harbor Road if we get this all done.
Right. Okay, so we got, option A now is
Transferring two parts that are immediately adjacent to the Delawana property itself, not on the road.
And they're shore road allowance.
They're what we call shore road allowances.
Can we go back to those first two pictures?
Absolutely.
Okay, so this one is, I'm gonna say it's the beach area or tennis courts or whatever. And that's a shoreline allowance road, and you're gonna transfer that to the Delawana?
Correct.
Okay, I'm fine with that. This one, is that gonna get transferred to Delawana?
Yes. What's happening here is the shore road allowance along the, I'll call it the south edge of the Delawana property, is basically being split in two. The southern half, the shore half, is being kept by the township, and the north half, on which there already are a couple of houses, is being transferred to Delawana.
Where the road is right now that you
Yes.
drive down?
Yeah.
Is that gonna be the township?
Yeah, that will be the promenade, what we were, fancy word, but we're calling the promenade in the future. But where the two houses are, they're currently on township property, and that property is being transferred to Delawana.
Okay. The wording kind of sounded like it was, am I in the right one? No. Yeah, just from the notice, it's, okay, so part 1, 2, 5, and 6 is that what the houses are on?
Yeah. The houses and immediately adjacent to it.
Yeah, okay, so that's nothing to do with the roadway?
No.
It's just the land on the other?
Correct.
Let's say the right-hand side of the?
If you're going towards the point, yes.
Okay. So if you agree to part A, then part B is, then that whole roadway becomes township?
Then we will, for a second time in the last 6 months, confirm that transfer.
Okay.
From the Delawana's owned those roads for a century or so.
I must say, and I don't want to be disrespectful, and for the lack of other words, I think council for the last 30 or 50 years has been negligent or delinquent in not getting this resolved. It's been a road that the buses drive on, the public drives on, local residents drive on.
Well,
It's a public road.
Perhaps this council will take that as a compliment that we're trying to get it resolved.
Right.
Can we do that?
Yes.
I'd like to put in a positive twist on it.
Okay.
But yes, it's one of those, you know, and you know the history around here. There's so many properties where people built regardless of who owned what and didn't even think about it. And, you know, there's a lot of things that get cleaned up. And this is one of the ones that, you know, I had no idea, quite frankly, when I joined this council, that the Delawano owned that, what I call the Honey Harbor Road. I had no idea. But that's slowly ending.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I guess that's some of my concerns was I
Well,
just didn't want the road to my property closed and
It
sold.
will, to the best of our ability, it will not get closed.
Okay.
Gentlemen, I appreciate you coming forward, and I apologize for the unwarranted concerns, but it's all part of the procedure.
Yeah, it just, it wasn't explained very well. It just
Yeah.
seemed like the whole world was getting so thrown away here, so, I got a better understanding now.
Well, we got our catcher's mitt back on. And anybody else from the public care to comment? Council, shall I read the motion? Yeah, give me the correct motion. And while she's doing that, Mr. Conrad, I must say thank you very much for your patience with all this. I know sometimes it's been trying. Not that it was the intention, but unfortunately, a few times it was the result, and I apologize for that.
Everything's going in a positive direction.
That's what I like to think. Can I read it now?
Yeah, now you can.
Okay. Be it resolved, the council deems it necessary to stop up and close 35R-25422, parts 1, 2, 5, and 6, and 35R-24836, part 2, in the Township of Georgian Bay. And the council hereby adopts bylaw 2020-037 to stop up and close 35R-25422, parts 1, 2, 5, 6, and 35R-24836, part 2, in the Township of Georgian Bay. I feel like deja vu all over again. And the council supports the proposed timeline as outlined and amended within the clerk's report 2020-10, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute agreements as outlined and amended in clerk's report 2020-10. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. That is unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Now what do we do? Now what do we do? Do we go back to our regular scheduled agenda?
Do you want to go back to planning, or do you want to go back into closed?
Well, which way do you want to do this?
Yeah.
Jamie, do you have a preference of what we deal with next?
Council, with your agreement, I think we'll just do the two remaining open ones before we go back in the closed. Okay. Yeah, it's an open, isn't it?
Yes.
We might do that while we're out here and then go in the closed. I don't know.
You can do that right now.
Okay. Why don't we do the LiDAR right away, because that's the second staff report, and we're in staff reports right now in effect, aren't we? Okay. Mr. Bocek, will you be joining us shortly? Thank you, gentlemen, appreciate it.
So this is item 11B on the agenda under staff reports. And it's just a verbal on, it says LiDAR, so, and what this is we were approached by, or contacted by National Parks. And they're doing some work around Beausoleil and some other properties where it's some imaging, where they can test and get an idea about water depths based on this imaging, and were asked if we were interested in partnering with them on that. So what it is, as I understand it, she's provided me with some correspondence, but she's going to seek a quote from the...
Excuse me, she being from Parks
Sorry,
Canada?
from Parks Canada, is going to seek a quote to undertake this work. Apparently the biggest cost is getting the plane in the air to do the work in the first place. So what I said was, can you provide us with a quote to do the shoreline of Georgian Bay? And I also provided her with a map of the different coastal communities, and give us a separate quote to do each of those communities. For example, if we didn't want to do the entire coast. And then hopefully we'll have that estimate for the April meeting and bring it back to council to see if that's something we even want to consider or not. I just said, we need more information about the details, what the deliverable is, and what the cost is before I can discuss with council. I just wanted you to know that that's something that we're having a look at with them.
Councilor Cooper.
So this is satellite imagery, is it, or plane?
So my understanding of it, now, I'm not a techno-wizard or anything by any standards, but what it is it says LiDAR is commonly used to produce highly accurate digital elevation products. So they do a digital elevation model of the ground, so everything above the water, but I guess you can tell what the elevations are in detail. And then it also can project through the water, so you can get a biometric, or what the correct terminology is, of water depths as well. So you should be able to get an idea of the landform under the water as well as above the water. So that might be able to help us with our establishment of contour levels and those sorts of things. I'm not sure how it relates to being, whether it's survey quality or something less than that, probably less than that, but my understanding is it's pretty accurate. But, so I thought it's best to get more details about this and then come back to council with the details once they're provided. And she said it needs to happen pretty quick, so I'm hoping we'll be able to come with a report in April detailing that information.
So this isn't, I just want to remark, and you probably know this, but the district has two sets of aerial photography that was done in 2013 and 2018 under, I think it's called Scoop or something like that. But that is only above the water level, I guess, is what, so this is additional, we'd get under the water versus what the Scoop will do, which is very detailed, including topography.
Yeah, it'd be pretty accurate.
Yeah, this isn't, so there's aerial photo, this is an aerial photo, this is digital elevation modeling. So it basically creates a 3D image, I guess, or a 2D image of what the land is. So what my understanding is the district has used this technology as part of their recent floodplain mapping exercises.
Oh, yeah.
So we should be able to get, I haven't talked to the district yet or to see what they've done, but we should get an understanding from that in advance of your council meeting in April about how useful would that be for the coastal situation. So the district hasn't done it for the coastal situation.
Oh, they did a little bit around Potato Island or something.
Yeah, a little bit.
That was about it.
Harbor is my understanding.
Yeah. But
That's all I was suggesting, that you check with what they've done and what they have available, because I have seen a lot of elevations that they can do now. So as long as we don't duplicate, that sounds great.
Well, we don't know anything about costs or anything, and that's what, I don't want to bring you the details if I don't have that information.
Councillor Bochek.
I really think this is something we should look at because of the value of it in assessing, where docks go, where septic beds go, everything. If you have a hydrogeographic map and a topographic map, both on the same picture, that's unbelievable information. So if that can happen, I would support it 100%.
Even if you have to put in $1 million personally? Councillor Jarvis.
In fishing spots.
course, I just did a quick look up here, so I was having Google. It looks like Public Works and Government Services Canada has put out a tender notice for, almost looks like the same thing. So we might want to just check to make sure that it isn't already being done, that's all.
That's what this is about, is piggybacking on their exercise. They wanted to know if we partnered with them in doing it. But she needed to know if we were interested before she...
Councillor Yanko.
Yeah, I'm somewhat familiar with this stuff because I was on the planning committee at the district and we've done that some of this stuff. So you're going to talk to the district. Could you also talk to SSEA? I assume you're going right from Port 7 all the way up to someplace up along the coast?
So, through your worship, what I provided her with was from Port Severn right up to the end of the township, but then I also provided her with a shape file of the different coastal communities. So if we did, like, I don't know what the cost is gonna be, but if it's something we wanna cherry pick or do it in different stages, then we could then get separate quotes for each one. So
Okay, can you talk to Julie Cayley at SSEA, because I think they've done some of this work and they may be interested in the results. Also, I think you should talk to the biosphere, because they may be interested in the results too, and they may know of this type of work and so on. So I don't know if they'd be partners because they don't have a lot of money, but I think those two groups of people should be consulted, or at least be aware that you're going to be doing this work, and they may have some input for you.
No other comments? I don't think this requires a resolution. This is just for information, was it? So why don't we skip back to Section 7B, Development Services Report 2020-21, being with regards to 380 Macy Bay Road, Site Works Alteration Information. I believe that is to you, Mr. Robinson?
Certainly. So this is an information report, and it's circling back on some questions that arose at, I believe it was last month's council meeting. Basically, what can Macy Bay do on the site, the site alteration and works in advance of the site plan application, or does our site plan agreement being entered, or does the site plan agreement have to be entered before they can do anything? So we undertook to get you some answers to that, and so there's a staff report that was prepared that provides some background and some analysis, and we looked at the tree cutting bylaw, the site plan control bylaw, the site alteration bylaw. And basically what the conclusions came back with was that there's some minor modifications to the site that could be undertaken in accordance with the definitions of minor landscaping. So if they wanted to make some modifications to do some updates to the existing road network, for example, or some limited tree clearing, those sorts of things, provided it was very limited in nature, they could undertake those based on the status of the site. But any construction of new roads or significant tree removal or anything like that would be caught up by the existing bylaws in place in the municipality, and the site plan control would have to be in place before we can do those things. So that's the answer to that. Anything significant, once it's currently there, or maintenance to it, more or less, is require the site plan agreement at the end.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
I have to look at you first. Thank you so much for this report. I found it very valuable, very interesting. I do have a couple questions related to enforcement. In the past, we've heard that the township enforces bylaws based on a complaint-based structure, and I have had members of the community in that area share with me that they had concerns about some tree cutting. As you were told last year, I was caught doing a loop at the end of the road. Technically, I guess I was trespassing on the property because I couldn't turn around without doing a loop. Anyways, I too saw that there were significant piles of what didn't look like dead trees, and they were significant sized trees stacked up on the property. And the staff report was that there was nothing that needed to be corrected. And so I guess, given your report, which I'm delighted to hear and read, And given the community input, as well as what little I saw, I would think that there's a bit of a gap between what has been reported and then what has been enforced, and I'm wondering, could you give us some insight into the enforcement activities that the township is prepared to take based on reports that things aren't, as you have defined here, very limited in nature? Thank you.
Through your worship, to date, there's been no additional or further investigation with respect to any enforcement complaints on the property. That's something that could be done going forward, but the standard sort of process with respect to enforcement would take place. There have to be a site visit, correspondence sent, and then follow that enforcement protocol. So we can definitely revisit that issue.
Any other questions? I don't think that required, oh, yes, it does. Be it resolved, the council receives report 2020-21, 380 Macy Bay Road, site works alteration information for information purposes only. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And the next report we have in that section is Development Service Report 2020-23 with regards to Brandy's Cove Yachting Center Sewage System ECA information. And I believe that's also Mr. Robinson.
Yep. To your worship, this is a report that's intended to provide information to council. It's not something that was done historically, but based on the what's transpired with the Macy Bay ECA applications for septic systems and the interests of council and the interests of the community with respect to that, we thought it would be best to provide council with information related to a recent ECA application that's in the process of being submitted, and they've submitted a site plan application as well. So that's what this information's about. What's proposed here is that, and there's no opinions provided by staff one way or the other on whether to support this application or not. What's been provided is to staff was an MOECP application from, that was prepared by the consultant for Brandy's Island, which was Gunnell Engineering. And that application was to permit a septic system. It's over 10,000 liters a day, which is why it falls under the MOECP jurisdiction. That septic system would be used for the office on the site, but then also for the pump out of sewage system, or pump out of boats. The reason it qualifies for the MOECP approval is because of the size of the system and the size of other sewage systems on the property, as well as property has a fairly storied past with two brothers associated with it and other systems that apply. So with respect to this system, what this proposal is recommending is that staff do not have the expertise in-house to provide any sort of comments to MOECP on the system. So this report recommends that if council wants to provide comments on this system, then they should retain a consultant to undertake that work. So that's what the recommendation is right now, is that you receive this information and then you direct the CAO to retain a consultant to review the information. Through the Macy Bay process, there was also a lot of comments related to staff signing a form, and that form's the application form, and it's on section 7.2 of the application form. So I wanted to let you know that that form has been signed for this application as well. What it relates to is staff indicating that the proposal would comply with the township zoning bylaw. That's what the purpose of the form is. It's by no means saying that we agree with the septic system at all. That's what the commenting period's associated with. So that form has been signed. I wanted to let you staff know that that's the case. The original application that was submitted did meet the 30-meter setback in the zoning bylaw for the sewage treatment system. The elevations did not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw with respect to the treatment components being above the 178.4 contour. So a second revised submission was made. So there were some revised drawings completed that indicated the treatment components of the system would be above the 178.4, which is the requirement in the zoning bylaw. So those are the two aspects of the zoning bylaw that apply here: the elevation of the treatment components and setback from the high water mark. So the 30 meters and 178.4. So that's the basis for which the sign-off on section 7.2 of the application form was provided. But that again, in no way, we attached a covering memo with that as well to MOE, that the applicant is to provide with the application form, just stating that the reason for the signing of the form, the fact that council may want to comment or the township may want to comment on the ECA submission as well. And it by no means indicates our support of the proposal, just simply that it meets the in accordance with the drawings. So I thought it best to provide that for information for council's purposes based on past history.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
I've read through the report and I agree with the report. For cost efficiency basis, would we not be further ahead to simply have a peer review done of all the technical work that will be provided with the application instead of hiring a consultant to work with and alongside? Would not a simple peer review by our appointed professional suffice in this case?
Your worship, I think that's more or less what this is talking about, is hiring a consultant to peer review the work. Also, like, this is a unique concept, I would say, insofar as treating effluent from transient boats on the septic system on a property. Under MOE requirements, it appears they may be able to do that. I guess whether it gets approved or not by MOE, time will tell. But council may want to comment on that. I don't know. That's not something as a professional planner or that the township's professional staff can comment on. So council may have an opinion about whether that's an appropriate consideration on the site or not. And I would suggest that if you're going to do that, hiring a consultant to make those comments would be the appropriate course of action.
Sure. Subsequent to that, I understand in your report where you say that there's chemicals used on vessels that enter into the system, and further to that, all boats in Canada get winterized and their tanks filled with antifreeze, and then when they're pumped out and put into a septic system, there's no distilling factor to remove those chemicals from the effluent before they leach into the ground. So I think we need to be very proactive with the peer reviewer to make sure that everything, all the I's and T's are crossed and dotted on this one, because there will be quite a bit of public upheaval on this one, knowing the history of the property. So it's important that we do get a good peer reviewer on this. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I have some concerns because of what I've heard about past work done at Brandy's over the last 20 plus years, I guess. But so I'm very suspicious about anything that goes on over there.
I'm glad the last remark wasn't necessarily recorded, but your mic is not on.
Right. Following up to my concerns about past development, we'll just leave that. I need point of clarification. I'm looking at one of the diagrams that came with the report, and we talk about the proper appropriate setbacks from the high water mark, yet I see the 177.5 water mark going right through the middle of the system. So considering our water level this month has been at or actually has not breached the 177.4, but previous months it has last year. Are we not the least bit concerned about the where this thing is located relative to the water level? I'm very, very concerned that way. I hope I'm reading it correctly, but I see this 177 demarcation, 177.5 going right through the middle of it.
Councillor Hazelton.
As you can imagine, the community have had a lot to say about this scenario here. I want to start off with the signing of the application form. Just, can you help us understand who signed the form?
I signed the form.
You signed the form. Okay, so although I like what you said, that it's basically just simply to state that it complies with the bylaws, but when I read the statement, it says, I, the undersigned, hereby declare on behalf of the municipality that the municipality has no objection to the construction of the works in the municipality. Presumably, we would, given our environmental focus and concerns, want to have some concern about what might be being done. We have observed in the past that MECP haven't necessarily had the same focus on environmental concerns that we have, and we've had an enormous amount of action by the members of the community who are brought great expertise to the table on that. I'd further suggest that as I go through that application form, in section 5.3.1, it talks about sewage treatment plants, and it suggests that what is being proposed is a tertiary system. I'm being told that it's not, it's a secondary system. And then it also goes on to talk about area availability of sewage haulage, lagoons that might be available, and it suggests that there aren't any. Wondering about that. So that looks to me like, I'll just pick two things for now, that those are inconsistencies. And then I would go on, if I could, to talk about, again, these are not my thoughts, these are thoughts that have been brought to me by constituents, but the system that is being recommended has no tertiary process for phosphorus. The one that was being recommended for Macy Bay did an 8 milligram reduction in phosphorus, but still doesn't meet the requirements of some of the provincial legislation regarding waters. There's no tertiary process for nitrogen, there's no tertiary process for pathogens, and so I'm wondering if these are things that we should have been thinking about when we signed off on the form. Additionally,
Want me to address that? Would you like me to address those comments or not?
Sure.
So again, the form relates to the zoning bylaw aspect of it. So with respect to the comments on all the items that you're raising, I think they're very valid concerns. Those are the type of comments that I think would come out through a peer review by a consultant. It's definitely not within the area of the expertise of any staff member of the municipality to review those items. And that's part of the ECA process. Once the application's made, the commenting period would be provided where comments could be reviewed and considered on that basis. So what this is this is an application that's been submitted. So there's no actually mechanism for any review to take place on an application until the application's actually submitted and processed. So that's the purpose, is the application gets submitted, gets processed, and through the processing component, there's a chance for review and comment. So those are the sorts of things that absolutely I would think that a peer reviewer on behalf of the municipality would look at and provide comments on.
Thank you for that. I guess my concern is, why would we allow a process like that to go forward with a third party, being MECP as a third party? Why would we allow that process to go forward when there are a variety of things that we should be weighing in on, that we have concerns about, that we would want to flag for MECP? So that's just a very fundamental concern that I've got. But there's other things that I think we want to be aware of, and I'm going to share a few stats here with council, because I think these are things that we need to understand the gravity of the concerns that are being brought here. The average phosphorus levels in cottage septic tanks in Honey Harbor is 25 milligrams per liter. Septic marine holding tanks would be probably in the 50 milligram per liter or higher, and contain the chemicals that Councillor Bocek referenced a few minutes ago. The WSB Clean Pro system that is being recommended, first of all, it has no phosphorus reduction in its strategy. It was certified under the most recent B&Q certification standards, which takes household effluent and not leachate or septage or whatever you want to call this. And so what we're likely going to be faced with here is material going into the WSB Clean Pro system that is likely in the 50 milligram per liter, where the background level of Georgian Bay is 15 micrograms per liter. And that's a 3,000 time increase in the background level. So again, huge concerns about this being a potential useful system or not. And then, and I don't want to go into it today, but I have a visual presentation I would like to share with council that shows you what has taken place from the 60s until today on that island, and I haven't been able to find any building permits, fill permits, or anything that have been issued that allowed those things to take place. But of particular concern is that when you look at the drawings that have been submitted, it would look like the water lot completely encompasses all of the docks on that property. And when you look at the district mapping system, much of the docking on Brandy's Cove is outside of the water lot. So there are a ton of anomalies here that I think we need as a township to dig into. So your idea of retaining a third party, I would say a third party environmental person to deal with the environmental matters, but we as a township need to dig into all of these planning related matters, because how is it that a commercial marina operator has been allowed to do massive landfill, and again the pictures now show it. Councillor Cooper was talking about the scoop imagery now from the district. We now have a very clear date stamped imagery of what's happened at Brandy's Island and all the infilling that's been going on. We also have very consistent mapping from the district of where the water lots are, and we can see the docks progressing from inside the water lot to now well outside the water lot. So, I mean, we have so many issues with this thing that we really need to be looking at it as a complete abrupt halt, and let's dig into this from a planning and a building department perspective and find out where we are and what's been done on this property. And in addition to that, engage a third party, likely from outside of our township, so we don't get the, I'm not going to, be harsh on my buddy down the road kind of thing from an environmental perspective. So we've had other consultants that we brought in to do environmental matters recently on Macy Bay, and I think we need to be thinking about those kinds of firms. But from what I've been told and what has been visually shared with me, this is a huge issue that we need a ton of work on as a township, as well as an environmental matter. Thank you.
You were drifting quite a far away from the ECA report, and so you may want to make a recommendation for council to consider on that, some of the things you're bringing up.
Can I put a motion out there?
I would think that's one of the ways we go through all that stuff. Councillor Cooper.
I do think this is something we need to discuss at council, but I just wanted to reinforce the recommendation for identifying an environmental engineering firm that is capable of looking at this objectively. And we've had some experiences in the last 2, 3, 5 years with certain firms that we're aware of that have not done the best work. So I would just encourage that if we are bringing in a firm, that we find an objective and highly qualified firm to do the work. Thank you.
The motion in front of me reads, Be it resolved that council receives report 2020-23 for information purposes, and that council direct the CAO to retain a consultant to review the ECA application and, if required, provide comments on the ECA application. Councillor Hazelton.
An amendment to that?
Um,
We put an and in that?
It's quite feasible, yes.
So I'd like to have an and clause in there, something to the effect that staff be directed to do a comprehensive analysis of the planning approvals and building approvals on the property so that we have a clear picture of what has gone on that property, so that we can look at this holistically and not isolated from an environmental only perspective.
If Councillor Hazelton wants to pursue that, I think he needs to write up a report a report with a recommendation for the next meeting, because he's read off a lot of stuff here he has in front of him now that I think we should have an opportunity to digest before we can discuss it fuller. And you say you had a video and so on, so I think this all should be brought to us at the next meeting and we can discuss a resolution there. But you know, you've got a lot of good information there. I think we should be able to see that in front of us and digest it and so on, and have a proper presentation. Then we can decide if we want to support it.
Okay. Fair, no need.
You're good.
Okay.
I'll send it to you for next month.
Okay.
Would you like me to read the motion again or call the vote? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay. Well, the bylaw we have to, we shouldn't do that before we do closed, right? So we should go back and close now?
Sorry, I'm thinking of tomorrow's meeting,
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, we can't do that yet.
Yeah, so we have to.
Sorry.
All right, so our next step is to go back into closed. Do I have to read?
No, you just need to.
Okay, so I suggest that being now 3:52 that we go back into closed session. Do I need to vote on that, or, because we already, no. Okay, so we're going back into closed. Be it resolved, the council recesses from closed set, rises, was it right?
We want to rise.
You lied to me, or I misheard. Okay. Be it resolved, the council rises from closed session at 4 p.m. without report. All those in favor? That is carried. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2020-034, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the March 9, 2020 Planning Council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. I'm sure I saw enough tired hands go up. Be it resolved, the Planning Council does now adjourn at 4:02 p.m. until Tuesday, April 14th, 2020, or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? We are done. See you all tomorrow at 9 o'clock.